Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this agenda for January the 3rd. Really appreciate the work that's been going on and excited to hear about it this evening. First and foremost, I'd like to say Happy New Year to all of you and to all of our residents, and I hope everybody had a wonderful start to the new year. You ate your black-eyed peas and collard greens, and you're going to have good money all year long, and that you're feeling like you're ready to tackle some of the things that we're taking on our agenda. Lots of exciting meetings that are coming up, all the way from where we had the infrastructure meeting to where we'll soon be coming in with our housing and jobs meeting, and then a retreat. So we've got lots of things on our agenda. So keep being energized. I mean, besides James Mitchell, we want him to stay on the same level and ready to take on what I think 2023 will offer to this community. As mayor, you know, I really am feeling like it's a commitment that we all made when we chose to run for office, that our city would be better than when we came in, that we would all have the opportunity to figure out how we can have a place for people to live in a decent place and work and thrive. And I'm really grateful that all of us have committed to doing this by being a part of this body. And I'm looking forward to what we do and what we come up with as we think about how we make quality of life an important part with prosperity and opportunity in our city. But even before we talk about some of the things that we've got to talk about, I just want to offer my condolences to the families and the friends and the loved ones of those 3 construction workers who lost their lives in Monday's tragic incident on the property near Dilworth and Moorhead. I want to extend our wishes for the recovery of those that are in the hospital, and hopefully they are able to succeed and have a speedy recovery, not just for their families, but for all of us as we go through this. You know, when we have tragedy in this community, I think sometimes we're at our very best. And I know that many of us have looked around and had to experience loss, as well as experience change, experience disastrous efforts that happen to us. But I think that each of us can find that place in our hearts and our heads to come out and be stronger for it in our own, each in our own way. But for these families, we want to offer our thoughts, our prayers, and our wishes during this difficult time, and know that this community stands with you. So thank you very much for a few minutes to talk about 2023 and all that it has to offer. So now we are going to move into our agenda for this meeting. I had the opportunity to listen to, I think, every committee meeting in a way that I could understand the debate. I just said the pictures need to be a little bit more crisp. I couldn't tell whether or not, who was talking at the same time or at a different time. But I want to start off with recognizing Ed Driggs, who chairs our Transportation Planning and Development Committee, to start off on our agenda tonight, and then that will be followed by our Budget and Governance and all of that committee, chaired by Ms. Ashmira. So with that, Mr. Driggs, I turn over the floor to you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So today, the Transportation Planning Development Committee met. The members of the committee are myself as chair, Ms. Anderson as vice chair, and Messrs. Graham and Mitchell and Ms. Johnson as committee members. We had two agenda items. One was the Silver Line alignment, and the other was the CTC. And I think you know these have both been active conversations for some time on council. The committee has now voted at our last meeting and at this meeting unanimously to recommend that we proceed with the Silver Line on the locally preferred alternative, and also that the bus transportation center will be the below ground version. We voted only on what the alignment would be of that, the bus transportation center, not on the entire project, the P3, on which we have more work to do. So this is something that is actually not subject to a council vote. However, these are both important items for the city. They will be voted on at the MTC formally. But I think it might be appropriate tonight for us to get some information for the benefit of council as to how the committee reached the conclusion it did, starting with the locally preferred alternative. And I think at this point we do have a couple of slides that Mr. Mock, I believe, is going to narrate for us. Is that right, Eddie?
Thank you very much.
Right here. Is that it? Thank you, Councilmember Driggs. Thank you, Council Committee. I'm here to give you an update on what we presented today at the committee meeting and where we are as far as the Center City alignment evaluation as part of the CityLink Silver Line project. So I'm going to give a brief talk about what brought us here, the committee engagement we've undertaken over the last couple months, the public and stakeholder feedback we've received, the analysis for the Center City alignment, a summary of that, and our staff recommendation. So what brought us here, and really just kind of give a very quick summary of the history behind this. The locally preferred alternative along 11th Street was first adopted in 2018 as part of the Link system update. And the primary goals was to get to Charlotte Gateway Station with to serve economic development opportunities, to have a east-west connectivity between the southeast and the west. And it was the alignment at that time was mostly at grade or not elevated. And the locally preferred alternative was adopted along 11th Street. Once in 2020, the Silver Line design team really got into the details of this alignment. It really started to evaluate the engineering and implementation challenges of the alignment. And that led to more of an elevated guideway with elevated stations. This increased the cost and the technical challenges for the project. It also created some concerns with council and stakeholders regarding the connection between the Silver Line and the Blue Line. And that led to a ULI evaluation, which was in early of 2022. And they noted several challenges with that multimodal connection because of the aerial guideway. And they also recommended that we evaluate interlining as an opportunity to lower costs and increase ridership. That's what we've been doing since early in the year. So regarding committee engagement, we came to the committee, the Transportation Committee in June to give an overview of the findings of the ULI process. In November, we came back with the presentation of the Center City options that are under consideration. And in December, we had the evaluation of the update and provided some initial public engagement from the public meetings we had in November. And this morning, we presented some additional information, including ridership, for the Center City options. And the committee voted unanimously to recommend to full council endorsement to reaffirm the LPA following 11th Street and Center City. This map has been widely presented. I'll give a very brief overview. Really, the three alternatives reflect option one, which is the LPA, and that's along 11th Street. That's the purple line, and that goes along the kind of the northern side of Center City, along 11th Street, with a station above the blue line, above Graham Street, and then into an integrated station in Charlotte Gateway Station. The second option is the shared blue line. This is something we brought to committee back in June. And that is really comes along very similar type of a guideway, but then enters into the blue line right at 12th Street and then serves all the same stations along the blue line. And then the third alternative is a newer alternative that we came up with in the fall, which was sharing the Gold Line tracks, which really came in off Charlottetown Avenue and then merged into a reconstructed Gold Line tracks along Trade Street, and that would go the whole way to Charlotte Gateway Station. Regarding the public outreach, we did have live public meetings in November 1st and 2nd. And we had an extensive outreach associated with that, with 33,000 mailers, hanging rider alerts, social media, rider blasts, yard signs. We really tried to get the word out to get a good engagement. We also had a survey with an incentive. We had about 1,100 survey participants, which is very good for us, up from a little over 300 the last round, and over 100 virtual public meeting attendees. Regarding demographics, this kind of shows the overall breakdown of some of the demographics for the survey participants. A couple notes that are from an income perspective, the 50 to 99,000 family income range actually went up quite a bit from 21% in the last range, so we're reaching different demographics than we've reached before. Also, the African American in the next category also went up quite a bit from 7% in the last round to 12%. So we felt like the outreach with a lot of pop-ups and boots on the ground type of efforts, as well as the incentive, has really helped us. One also note is our Hispanic outreach has been really outrageous, from 6% to 19%. So really, really good for us, that amount of outreach. Regarding public engagement activities, we did, again, have the public meetings on November 1st and 2nd with the survey open the whole month. Transportation Planning Environment Committee on November 7th, TSAC on November 13th, the Planning Commission on November 14th, CTAG on November 15th, Historic West End on November 17th, Friends of Fourth Ward on November 21st. And then we also had two Uptown stakeholder listening sessions on November 29th and 30th to listen input from stakeholders, and including developers and institutions in Center City. As far as the survey responses go, I'll go over this very briefly. Regarding the LPA, we had about 150 comments received for the LPA. About 39% of them were supportive, and about 24% neutral, and about 37% opposed. Regarding the likes, people that really like the LPA really like the opportunities to serve new areas in Center City. But the converse of that is they really dislike the missing Center City, so missing the core of Center City, so that's the trade-off. The shared Gold Line, 165 comments, relatively supportive at about 43%, with about 35% neutral and 22% opposed. The likes there include hitting the existing Center City core, but the dislikes are really tied into the traffic disruption and the roadway reconstruction required for that project. And the shared Blue Line is about 125 comments at about 23% supportive, about 43% opposed. It was the highest number of opposed, and the big dislike on that one was about the required transfer in Center City for Phase B. Regarding stakeholder engagement, what we heard through that process, talking with those the listening session team and with the institutions. The concerns we heard about scheduled delays at Charlotte Gateway Station and Amtrak Station with a potential change in the LPA, impacts to current and future development opportunities, vehicle and pedestrian access to Central Piedmont Community College, changes to the Trade Street character, and then comments about focusing on ridership as an important variable in this evaluation. This map really kind of shows some of the walk sheds between the three alternatives and what they capture or what kind of uses that would collect with the stations. I think the key takeaways is that the LPA really maximizes vacant and underutilized parcels with 250 acres. That's really the kind of the big sell on the LPA, as well as serving existing households and populations. While the shared gold line really serves existing employment on Trade and Tryon in the Trade Street corridor. And the shared blue line really has a larger walk shed because of the extent in the south end. So some of the considerations for the LPA, it is the most reliable transit operations because that elevated guideway, it comes at a cost, but it also gives you very reliable and fast operations to Charlotte Gateway Station, a high growth area. As an integrated station at Charlotte Gateway Station with Amtrak, it accesses more development opportunities than the north and west sides of Center City, provides high-frequency transit in currently underserved areas. It has Center City stakeholder buy-in because it's been out there for quite some time, and projected ridership is not distinguishing between the options based on the projected growth in Center City, based on our analysis. Regarding the Center City Phase A terminus of the Moorhead extension, this was one that was highly supported by the community as well as stakeholders, and it provides direct service to development opportunities as well as the stadium. I'll make a note about that Moorhead extension in a moment, but our findings for the Center City, for the City Council endorsement, based on the Transportation Planning and Development Committee voted unanimous today to recommend full council endorsement of the LPA following 11th Street, and staff supports the committee's recommendation. Center City Phase A terminus or Moorhead extension, we would like to continue to evaluate that as a potential extension of the locally preferred alternative implementation plan. Regarding the upcoming meetings, we're at the end of the January 3rd process, and now we're getting ready to move into an MTC process with council recommendation. And with that, I'll hand back to Councilmember Driggs.
Thank you, Andy. So the committee actually talked about this at length on several occasions. There were a lot of comparisons and pros and cons. But I think some of the points that led to our support for the LPA was, for one, this is the most advanced. We've been working on this for several years, right? And to change course at this point would mean that we would have to redo a lot of that work in the context of a different alignment. So it has that going for it. Construction impacts are lessened if we go with the LPA. Obviously, there will be some disruption whichever way you go, but less for the LPA. The economic development potential, which was a key consideration when the LPA was originally adopted, where we were working with a developer in possible partnership. It has the highest amount of undeveloped or undeveloped acreage. So if you look at that map, we have two lines crisscrossing uptown, and the LPA drives development in the north part of uptown. Reliability of operations, the LPA, because it doesn't involve interlining, it actually goes on an elevated railway around that uptown area and has the greatest amount of dedicated track, can offer the best prospect for very reliable service. For example, if it was co-located with the Gold Line, which is that green line there, then you would have the Gold Line trains and the Silver Line trains on the same track, which would mean the Silver Line trains couldn't proceed any faster than the Gold Line trains. And then ridership is a very key consideration. But what the analysis indicated was that, in fact, the projected ridership among the options is not different enough for that to be a critical deciding factor. The ridership numbers look adequate for the purposes of federal grant applications, so we will meet the requirements for federal money in either case. And I think we estimated about around 30,000 a day by 2050 on any of the three alternatives. So the bottom line is that the committee, after looking at all of these factors and looking at pros and cons, came back unanimously recommending that we go with the locally preferred alternative, the one that we originally decided on. And tonight on council, we're just telling you about this. Again, it's not really a formal council vote situation. It's an opportunity, if you want to weigh in, to offer your comments, because it is an important step.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I think Mayor Pro Tem, you had your hand up?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Well, Mr. Driggs, it says, there's not a formal vote. I do think it's important that the council give staff and the community guidance on where we're at tonight. I'm not on the committee, but I was there today, and I certainly in favor of what the committee recommended and going with the LPA. And again, I do think ahead of that MTC vote, it will be important for that body. I think they would consider what this body says very greatly as they deliberate. So much so, Commissioner Altman was in attendance today at the meeting, and she was able to ask questions and get a bit smarter about that ahead of the vote on the 25th. So again, I just think it is important for staff and the community to know where we stand at this point in time. So you can count me in with the LPA.
All right, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question since I'm not on this particular committee. The stakeholder engagement activities, what we've heard, the comment of vehicle and pedestrian access to Central Piedmont Community College. If LPA is the recommendation that comes from committee and the city and county has made, along with our private partners, have made large investments into Central Piedmont for workforce development, how does the LPA version impact access to Central Piedmont Community College? Or does it create more connection to Central Piedmont?
Thank you for the question. Excuse me. The locally preferred alternative would actually traverse along the northern side of Independence Boulevard with a pedestrian cross along Central Avenue. So there would be the pedestrian walk along Central Avenue connecting from the Central Avenue station to the downtown CPCC campus. And there would be a station at CPCC Levine as part of the locally preferred alternative.
So not the main campus off of Elizabeth?
There would be a walk between along Central Avenue directly on.
And let me preface, I'm geographically challenged, so I'm trying
Right.
to get that disclaimer on the front end that I'm geographically challenged, so I'm just
Thank
trying
you,
to
Ms.
understand
Mayfield.
I mean,
what we're saying.
yeah, so
Central.
Shared Gold Line would be a station dead in the middle of along Elizabeth Avenue at
Okay.
CPCC, while the LPA would be a little further walk.
Okay, so the LPA would be more off of Central, so on the backside
Correct.
of CP.
Yep.
But the line that currently goes right up Elizabeth, that's going to continue.
Correct.
But those two never connect.
They do. The Silver Line would connect with the Gold Line at Charlotte Gateway Station.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank Mr. Driggs. We have had some conversations about this because this is certainly, if you are part of the committee, you probably taken deeper dive into this, whereas some of us who are not part of the committee had to sort of study this outside of it and reached out to the committee members to really understand all three options, pros and cons, and we did get this big map, and that really helped for those of us who are geographically challenged. So thank you. I know last time we had discussed this, we were looking at ridership numbers. So are we looking? I didn't see that in the deck that was presented. Was that something the committee had reviewed?
Yes. So in our meeting this afternoon, again, there's quite a lot that wasn't included there because we have so much to talk about tonight. but we did see ridership numbers, current estimates, and then projections going out to 2050, taking into account the anticipated development and so on. And essentially, you had numbers around 10,000 more or less today and around 30,000 more or less projected. And again, there weren't big enough differences between them to be a major deciding factor in the choice of the alignment.
Got it. I think that certainly was a concern of mine in terms of ridership numbers, but knowing that it's not too far apart from one option to the other, that really brings back to the important criteria, which is economic development, and really having it having a ridership closer to the population where they live. And I know that there was another question that I think Mr. Drakes and I had discussed about the federal funding, but it looks like the committee discussed that in depth, and looks like with the ridership numbers, that won't be an issue. We will still be in a competitive position. Is that correct, Mr. Drakes?
Yes, and
For us
you know,
to get federal funding.
Right, and that's a point to consider. The feds will look critically at ridership, so that is an issue that we can't kind of just decide for ourselves. We need to meet their requirements, and the indication I have from staff is we're confident that the ridership data we have now will qualify for federal funding.
Okay, so I will look at the DAC that was presented at the committee meeting. I think the one that we have, it's a summary version, so we don't have that data. But I might reach out to you, Mr. Driggs, as I've done in the past, and ask you additional questions. But so far, I appreciate the work the committee has done, and a lot of heavy lifting has been done by your committee, Mr. Driggs. Very much appreciated.
Well, I appreciate your questions. I'm happy to follow up anytime.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you go back to the slide that shows that the route in purple? Yeah, that one. Yeah, I too want to lend my voice in support of the LPA route, notwithstanding that it's more expensive. But I think when you take into consideration all that we're trying to do as relates to transportation, I'm pretty sure the chairman could get to the bus depot at some point. It does not interrupt our current planning for that, right? If that route is chosen, nor does it tear up Trade and Tryon Street once again. And it provides, as Mrs. Ashmere stated, more economic development opportunities as we begin to expand the footprint of what is considered uptown. And so for those reasons, I'm very supportive of it, notwithstanding, like I said, in terms of looking at it at 30,000 feet, in terms of plans that are underway for the Charlotte Gateway Station, the Transit Center, as well as that route. I think it's really important for us to kind of look at all the pieces on the table and how they interact with one another, and how we're trying to hopefully do some timing issues, that how they all kind of work together. So I think this is a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
And Mr. Graham, I just wanted to point out, as I mentioned earlier, from a timing standpoint, the LPA is actually preferable because there would be so much disruption to the Gateway Station project if we now introduce the new alignment that it would probably hold things up. So I think we've been working towards a coordination of the Gateway Station with this LPA, and that's probably, from that standpoint, the best way to go.
Mr. Bakari?
Thanks. I'm supportive of whatever at this state will make us, that we're in, will make us stop deliberating on this and talking about it. So, I mean, I am a huge believer after the last decade to two of looking at what's happened in this community, that this light rail and what we've done is probably one of the most impactful economic development tools that we've had. There's no doubt about it. Now, we can argue, did we hang on to that economic development value or not? But the punchline is, aside from all the other problems, this is not a future, 20 years in the future, people moving system. and what we need to do. It's an economic development tool, one that we'll start seeing the benefits from 15 to 20 years from now. And we are talking in a topic of moving people. So I'm not saying, you know, that the efforts perhaps won't pay off in some way. I don't think they will until the hurdles of the feds, the General Assembly, the towns, the voters in a referendum, and then countless other things actually get solved. You know, I feel like until then, we're rearranging the floor plan on the Titanic, and I think we need to be focusing our efforts on other things. So I don't know what the next steps in this are, but I hope that the next steps are we don't talk about it again until one of those major factors changes. And then we spend our time on realistic things that actually can be done in our lifetimes.
So, Mr. Bakari, if I may, Mayor, we have to do this somewhat in tandem. Like, you know, we can't sort out those issues. I agree with you entirely. I think we have huge hurdles. But if we don't have some of this information and some of these decisions made, we won't have anything to promote with the people that we need to partner with.
Right, but we're done with that now, or there's more effort, staff time, and money that's going to be spent in that?
I think on the alignment question with this, the proposal is that we're done, that we would now, by a consensus of council, basically ask the mayor to go ahead at MTC and propose this alignment and end the conversation about the alignments.
Great. So, and then have we spent all the $50 million that we had initially set aside for this planning exercise?
So, Councilmember Bakari, I'm not sure if we've spent the entire 50. The goal is to get this to a 30% design so that we can get into the hopper for the federal funds. So we'll get you an update of where we are with that.
Okay. And like I said, I know staff, I know a lot of people, the mayor and Councilman Driggs' trip and yours to DC. There's a lot of high potential out there. I definitely don't want to, you know, rain on the entire parade, but like every minute we spend on this and we don't spend on our roads, or we don't spend on moving the ball forward on the red line or other things that are much more plausible is a waste of time until one of those big factors changes. And it's, again, I'm not seeing any movement there. So I hope that, as nicely as like 2023 TARC, you know, nicely as I can, I hope this was the last major effort. Look how nice I am. So I would just like to, one, tell you all how wonderful you all look today and how much I appreciate you. And two, that I hope this is the last time we speak about the Silver Line. Thank you.
So, guys, that was sugar-coated. Be grateful we didn't get the alternative. Thank you, Tark. All right, Mayor.
Now, Mr. Driggs, anything else to wrap
I'm
this
done.
up?
If there are no other comments, then I hope the takeaway from this meeting is that, Mayor, you can go to the MTC with the support of council and propose a locally preferred alignment.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
So we aren't voting on this as a council.
It's
It
not-
does not require a vote, but it will require the MTC will have to look at this. The MTC, if I say this correctly, Brent, they've already voted to support the LPA, but I think there is some minor changes that we want to make sure that they understand as well, so that we can do this. I agree that we are in a place sometimes that I just wonder if I'm like an Alice in Wonderland and not able to move forward. But we take as many steps forward as we can, considering the complexity of changing the city's opportunities to move people around and create the opportunities that we're talking about for and managing our growth. Everything kind of lays in the idea of jobs and moving people towards work. And I think it is hard. It is a very hard thing to do. And we're not all in the same starting place. We've worked very diligently with the MTC around our Mecklenburg County, gone beyond Mecklenburg County, working beyond that to get people to understand that the future for the growth in this region and the opportunities that we have are great. So how do we take that potential and begin to move forward with it? So the MTC will be looking at the changes in the alignment, I believe, Brent, is that correct? At our January, our January meeting.
And just for the record, Madam Mayor, it sounds like you've got majority, almost everyone's support, and you don't need it, but just for the record, since we're not voting, I'm not supportive of it, but again, if it takes it off our plate, then I'm happy
Well,
nonetheless.
happiness is sometimes important. So I want to say that we are working very closely with the members of the MTC. There are 7 voting members, and I think that sometimes people think it's a big group of people, but it's basically the 6 towns and 8 voting members, Mecklenburg County and the city of Charlotte. And many of them understand the complexity of this and particularly the impact that it has, as you can see on the map, for our geography. So with that, Mr. Driggs, do you have another item on the
I do,
agenda?
yeah.
Thank you.
So Mayor, you have what you need on this one, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The second thing we talked about in committee today was the CTC, the Charlotte Transportation Center. And colleagues, you'll remember that we have seen a couple of presentations about ideas there, about alternatives, partnerships, talk about naming rights, practice facilities, and there are many dimensions to this potential P3 project. But our focus today was on one question, which is there were a couple of different versions of the bus transit center that we considered, a below grade option, an at ground level option, and above grade. And we have gone through a process of looking at those alternatives in order to narrow down which one actually best serves all of the priorities for transit, for economic development, for our goals in the area. And what came out of the meeting today was a unanimous vote that the so-called concourse solution, which is the one below grade, best met our goals and requirements. That conclusion was reached without any prejudice to future conversations that we will have about the terms of the P3, the naming rights, the practice facility. So those conversations are all going to take place still. And I think we may have a brief presentation on this one as well. But all right, yes.
All right.
So
Jason?
we'll see, again, a summary of how the decision was arrived at by the committee to prefer the concourse solution for the bus transit center while not yet taking any action on the P3 and the other parts of that proposal.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Driggs, for the opportunity to come and speak to this today. I'm Jason Lawrence, lead our planning division within CATS, and this is the same presentation that we gave today to committee, and I'll go through this and open to any questions as we get to the end. So at committee today, we talked a bit about what brought us to this moment, kind of go a little bit back in time about what brought us to this kind of conversation about the integration of transit and land use, our design process that led to the leading options that we took out to the public in October, some of that feedback, and then ultimately summing up with our staff recommendations. So just a great zoomed out photo of the area we're talking about. I think we all know where the transit center is, but looking at this transit center in the context of the Lynx Blue Line, the City Lynx Gold Line, the intersection of 2 of our most impactful projects that we have constructed over the past 20 years. And also, take a moment to think about what also is in this photo. You have the Spectrum Center, the NASCAR Hall of Fame, the Charlotte Convention Center, and the opportunities that we have along Brevard Street to make that connection. So as we look at the opportunities for a new transit center, not only are we thinking about the transit context of this, but also the kind of broader vision of what this area could become. And that did start as a vision for us in this community, more than 30 years ago in the 90s about transit and land use and about growth and opportunity and how to shape growth within Mecklenburg County and the city of Charlotte. And that has changed over the years, but what has been consistent is that commitment to transit and land use. And we have 2 maps today that help guide that conversation. Our rapid transit system plan where 5 corridors converge into uptown Charlotte, and our recently adopted Envision My Ride plan that seeks to bring high frequency bus service throughout the county and the city of Charlotte, coming to uptown Charlotte, also to mobility hubs across the county as well that serve on-demand zones. And the transit center in so many instances is really a mobility hub that we have opportunity to meet the future. But that transit center had another history too. If we think about what the transit center was prior to the CTC, it was at the square. It was at the intersection of Trade and Tryon, 2 also very important intersections. And all transfer activity happened at the square bus people that were an open air area. They had the shelters there, but by and large, people were out in the elements. So at that time, in a partnership with Nations Bank, which became Bank of America, there was an opportunity to do a public-private partnership at that time to build the transit center at this current location. And it did solve some problems that we had at that day, a more comfortable transit experience, a site to centralize bus transfers, and minimize some of that pedestrian automobile conflicts. And it has served us well for nearly 30 years, but we have new problems to solve today. Passenger conflicts within the center. Over time, we've realized that the amount of pedestrians having to cross bus travel lanes within the center is something that we would want to address in a new transit center. The rail trail and the Lynx Blue Line didn't exist with the transit center when it was built in the 1990s. So now we have this opportunity to integrate both of those into this new facility, activating Bavard Street and catalyzing surrounding land use vision. And also what's also very apparent when you look at this facility, it's very open. So anybody who wants to come through the center, and often they do, and also drive through the center and aren't supposed to be driving through there, also occur. So many of the safety and security issues we have at the center can be addressed as a design challenge to solve as well as we move forward. Mobility expectations have changed over the past 30 years. Think about where we were in the 90s and early 2000s and all the smartphone integration with new and emerging mobility needs. How do we integrate technology into the new center, the electrification of our bus fleet? Those are the expectations the public tells us that they need to see in our new modes as we move forward. But also to move forward, we must find a way to fund this new development or any development at this site with a transit center. But also we must have a temporary transit center for our location of where the buses can come to during construction and the long-held goals of activating Bavard Street and other opportunities around that facility. So we were faced, and this was some of the information we talked about at prior council conversations. We were presented with an opportunity, an unsolicited proposal to redevelop the transit center into a mixed-use development. And through a procurement process, we selected White Point Partners and DART Interest in June of 2019 to begin the conversation of what this could look like. And from a project timeline, we are very early in this process. I mentioned the 2019 RFP, the public input that we received in October that we were talking about today, and it will come with a staff recommendation that needs to be adopted by the MTC and with council endorsement in order to begin advancing the design and begin the environmental assessment that is a requirement of the federal grant that we received, the RAISE grant. As we move forward, we have a number of transit mobility goals that must be met, the continuity and service. Elevating the transit rider experience, safety and security is very important. Making sure we have seamless connections between the light rail and the bus and the streetcar. Opportunities for including sustainability as a part of design is an opportunity, but also how do we best integrate into a mixed-use development. Many options were studied through that early process prior to the submission of the RAISE grant, some that were on the same block as the CT, some that crossed over to an adjoining block. As we did our initial evaluation of an at-grade facility, one that we call the terrace option, what crossed over 4th Street, and one that was on the same site, and that's the concourse option that we mentioned earlier, the below-grade option. To that initial evaluation, we looked at what best improved upon the passenger experience and which best we feel from prior engagement with TSAC and the public would meet the expectations of increased safety and security, lighting, and climate-controlled space. Through this initial evaluation, we recommended that we eliminate the street level option. It would essentially be similar to what we have today with a more of an open facility with entrances off of Trade and 4th Street. Would limit the ability for mixed-use development to occur. The terrace option, as initially envisioned, would cross over 4th Street, creating almost like a bridge effect over 4th Street, but would also limit our ability to use that site across 4th for a temporary transit center. And at the time, we advanced the concourse option for submission of the RAISE grant and went forward with revising the terrace option to a 2-level terrace option. The key differences here listed on this slide are the natural light, bus operational flexibility, that secure climate control pace, and the passenger experience. It's important to note, in order for the 2-level terrace option to function, we have light rail bus bays at the same level as light rail, 8 bays, and then below that at street level, bays to make up to the 14 bays. In order to access the light rail level bus bays, we need a ramp that would go from 3rd Street across 4th Street to that level. So it does create some complexities in the bus routing, because you essentially have two levels of entrance for the bus routes versus the concourse, which would have an at-grade entrance to the below-grade facility coming from 4th Street and an ability to exit out onto Trade Street. What we're here tonight is talk about the path to the recommendation. If we go back to the presentation we gave here in September of last year, the stakeholder engagement that I'm going to go through in just a minute, and today we talked to the Transportation Planning and Development Committee about our staff recommendation, and then we will go forward with a recommendation later this month to the MTC for approval, pending conversations with you all today. We did a tremendous amount of outreach in one single month in October. We talked to over 400 bus riders at pop-ups at the CTC. We had virtual public meetings, in-person meetings. We talked to a very important stakeholder through this conversations are our bus operators, and talked individually with bus operators as they begin their shifts in the morning and the afternoon. And I'll say, if you really want to experience the transit center and understand what we're talking about here, spend some time at the transit center, walk from Bavard Street and cross the bus bays and up to the Blue Line, as many of our customers do each and every day. We received some excellent feedback from our customers through this outreach. The two options that we showed to the public during these pop-ups and our virtual in-person meetings, this is the two-level terrace option. You can see here where it says Transit Terrace, that is at that street level where we'd have bays where you could access from the street, but then the second level would be accessible from the light rail platform. What's important to note here that while we still can achieve good bus to rail transfer, it would require us to go up and down between two different levels for bus to bus transfer. And it does somewhat limiting in the ability to fully integrate into the mixed-use development, given the access that we would be required for that second level at the light rail space. In summary, as we get to summarizing the difference between these two options, transfer between bus routes would be challenging. There would be a higher amount of natural lighting because we would be at one level, would be at the light rail level, somewhat less climate control space than the concourse option. The bus routing would be complicated from an operational standpoint. That's important to note that capital are a one-time cost, but operating costs are every day, every year. So finding something that works more efficiently from an operating standpoint is very important as we move forward. Integration with a mixed-use development is possible, but less efficient than the concourse option. And then from an environmental standpoint, based on this high-level screening that was completed, low-level potential for negative human or natural resource impacts. The concourse option is another visual at the same angle as the two-level terrace, where you see concourse there on the image is where the entrance to the concourse would be. What's important to note here in this image is the ability to fully kind of integrate that rail trail and the rail option into, essentially a storefront along the Lynx Blue Line there. And then you see the City Lynx Gold Line there too. Great opportunity to integrate both of those facilities into the new facility. In summary, compared to the two-level terrace option, it's a simple transfer between bus routes. They're all on the same level. More climate control, consolidated space, a single platform that is more secure and would reduce them as pedestrian conflicts. Bus routing would be more efficient with the entrance just coming off of 4th Street and be able to access it at grade from 3rd. Maximum integration with economic development. Same from the environmental screening standpoint to the two-level, but we do feel that through the design process, careful attention to air quality should be addressed, but we do feel as we are moving forward and electrifying the fleet, we'd be able to mitigate that. Public feedback and evaluation. All the surveys that I mentioned earlier that were filled out, the in-person conversations with the public and with our bus operators, the green check marks there on the chart there indicates where the public kind of weighed in on things like the bus-to-bus transfers. They saw that the concourse was more superior than the two-level. Bus-to-rail was better on the two-level because you got at least 8 bays at the same level as the light rail. Both options we feel will be safe and secure, but from an operations standpoint, we feel the concourse was superior from a management standpoint. More climate control space on the concourse, and of course, a bit more natural lighting on the two-level terrace option. You can see where the public weighed in on that, and from a survey standpoint, from the bus operators and from the public, we were just over 50% in approval of the concourse option. So we talked about earlier the problems to solve at the beginning. Funding certainly is a piece of that. There was some questions about what would it cost CATS if we were to build a facility on our own, without a mixed-use opportunity. We believe in early estimates that would range between 45 and 55 million, but it would not be integrated with development as the proposal in front of you all tonight. Unlikely to receive the $15 million raise grant. The opportunity through that raise grant was by and large through this integration that we were discussing, and the land value would not be a funding source through this. The land value would be locked in to a new public facility if CATS were to build this loan. We still need to find a temporary transit center location and still need to fund that operations during construction. The integrated transit center, the concourse and two-level options are very similar in cost at just under $90 million. But what we're able to achieve is to leverage, $62 million that could not be captured otherwise in the combination of the land value, the $15 million raise, and then $20 TIG. So in summary, as we go through this effort, the recommendation, it not only must support the transit needs, but it needs to serve the overall broader vision of what we're trying to achieve in the city as a whole. We need to solve the passenger experience, certainly from the customer, and that's what this recommendation keys into, what we heard from the public, but also the experience of those who will come, live, work, and play within the Charlotte Transportation Center area. And with that, from our staff recommendation that we presented to committee today, that we recommend that the concourse option move forward as the preferred design concept due to the factors listed there: more climate controlled and efficient secured space, seamless transfer between bus routes, maximum integration with economic development, more opportunities for placemaking, and we feel it does best support the goals of surrounding development options. But we also recommend, as we move forward, we're very early in the process here, we're going to continue to talk to our customers as we refine this design. And we have the opportunities to increase more climate-controlled space there to really provide the best waiting experience we can and increase the amount of natural light coming into the facility. But as we look through, as technology changes over time, how do we bring autonomous types of conversations into this facility, not on the street, but as we enter the facility, to take some of the human element out of coming into the facility, navigating the ramps, and going to the bus space. We're seeing a lot of options at yard management through autonomous technology, and we think as the technology improves, that would be something that we should be considering as we move forward with this design. And of course, incorporating sustainable design, we have a great opportunity to do that in electric vehicle charging. And then with that, I'll just, I don't know if Tracy wants to talk about next steps for a minute or any other questions about the financial framework.
Just to close this out, Councilmember Driggs mentioned several times that tonight is really just the approval of the transit center design concept. I thought it was important for you all to see this, though, that this will be an ongoing conversation that we will have with council throughout most of 2023. The next steps that we would come back to you on is to talk about a framework for a public-private partnership. That'll include the financial structure. Jason hit on it a little bit earlier. It's also the need for the district and the Hornets practice facility. Councilmember Driggs mentioned that, as well as the larger community benefit. What does this overall development really do for our uptown and the community? Those will then work towards an MOU, which we would bring in front of council to vote on. We'd take the MOU as we continued some of the design advancement and more of the planning and locked in on more of our numbers. We would eventually work towards a master development agreement, which would also come back to you for discussion and vote. And so I just wanted to end on that as Councilmember Driggs said, this does not by any means vote for the CTC as the overall project. This is just one step that allows us to continue to move through the process.
Yes, just quickly. So again, what we're saying tonight is we will continue our talks about the CTC, but include only the concourse option and not continue. We brought up safety. I know safety has been an issue in our conversations. I think it's worth highlighting in particular. And essentially, what we were told was safety is a concern, whichever solution you adopt. The steps that you take in order to keep it safe are that the access is limited to ticket holders in either case. CMPD has worked closely with CATS and is very involved in their responsibility in terms of maintaining that safety there. So I don't think safety is a major criterion in terms of the comparison of the two solutions. The other thing that I raised earlier was we are still working on our bus system. We don't have a CEO. There's a lot of work going on there. So the question was, does making this decision now limit us in any way as we continue? And essentially the answer there was the capacity of these two solutions is similar, and therefore their ability to kind of align with whatever we do. We are pursuing generally with the buses through Envision My Ride a decentralization, so there's not such a radial structure of people riding uptown and riding back out again. But either of these solutions would support whatever outcome we get from that process. So again, not a criterion. And therefore, where the committee came out again unanimously was to endorse the concourse option. And that is also a topic that will come up at the MTC meeting. And therefore, this is an opportunity for council members, based on that rapid fire summary of the work that's been done, to weigh in on this.
All right, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions, but one starts with you. I want to get an understanding of our committee structure. So the committee has, the 4 committee meetings happens, and then a presentation is given to full council. Is that presentation the recommendation for full council to say, okay, just go along with that? Or is that the time where we then have full council discussion?
Well, first, the important part was to have the ability to have discussion and comments, but several of these ideas that are coming along have already been presented once or more than once to the council, and I think at this point, it's a discussion around the ability to have the MTC understand, because they will meet in January as well as the council, but I think it's up to the council to make a decision of how, if you're ready.
Thank you for that clarification, because to me, this is the same presentation that we've already been given. Staff has moved forward and pretty much, for me, decided that the concourse model was the model it was going to go with. There were questions that were asked regarding other options. I don't feel like that questions that I specifically asked were actually answered. I'm also concerned that in this presentation, just in an immediate comparison to the last presentation that actually showed the comments from the community, the concerns that they had, versus just showing me where you filled in a circle of, yay, this is what we want, and us not being able to learn what were the comments that came from the community, I have concern with, because this just, for me, really feels like I'm being steered to this is the recommendation, versus just a presentation of here are the two, a 2-level terrace, here are the environmental impacts, and then you all have a discussion between the 2-level terrace and the concourse versus a presentation saying, well, we looked at it, but we still want the concourse. I have concerns regarding the concourse. We just experienced over the Christmas holiday something that we have not experienced in the city before, with the temperatures dropping, with pipes bursting all over the city. Unfortunately, around the nation, the environmental impacts, we are going to see a lot more of that. There are challenges even with electric vehicles. You could do a simple Google search. You have challenges with the battery fires, which are very common, the risk of electrocution, whether or not weather is conducive. If we were to have another incident like we just experienced this past Christmas, where we had multiple pipes burst all over the city and you had people without power for days at a time, what would the impact of an underground station look like versus what would the impact of the 2-level look like? You note in here regarding going to autonomous. What would that look like? Because before it gets to the facility, there should be an individual that's controlling this. We have also seen multiple challenges with autonomous vehicles. EV, even though it's great in theory, are also extremely quiet. There have been a number of reported cases across the nation of accidents because of how quiet it is. What are the ADA? I don't have anything in here that tells me what ADA discussions were held regarding two-level and/or concourse with this, whether that identified need under ADA is being blind or partial hearing or full loss of hearing, what that impact would be for them to transverse back and forth, and the accessibility. Also, back to the challenges with autonomous driving and the lack of sound specifically that poses risk to others. There are a lot of questions that I asked initially that weren't addressed, but now after experiencing what we just experienced with 12-degree weather and below, which we had never experienced before, that just created more questions. So to have a presentation today that really feels like we're steered to what was originally wanted, and that's an underground concourse, I don't think we have enough information as a council to be making a decision to say, yes, let's move forward, opposed to full council having a real conversation of what really could be the impact of having all of this underground versus two-level. If you're going to access from, if you have to use the escalators, how many times do escalators break down, and what's the average time that it takes before that escalator has been fixed? We have some of those numbers now based on how you get off a light rail and get into Spectrum or get into any of the facilities. If any of those escalators have stopped, how long did it take for them to get repaired? Did we have any challenges within our current bus system over this past holiday weekend, like the rest of the city had challenges? And if so, what are we looking at to try to mitigate that if we were to do two-level versus concourse? We talk about environment. This council, previous council, made a commitment regarding environment. Of course, having access to natural air is going to be a lot better than being underground. So help me understand, or help me, specific question. Did you even look at the most recent weather conditions in the city and overlay how that would play out in either one of these scenarios?
So great question there. I think if I could sum up some of the comments that I heard before I get into that specific question, many of the things you talked about, the ADA accessibility, the access, those will be things that, we're very early in the design process. The ADA accessibility has to be a part of any design, either the two-level or the concourse, so that will be a part of the design process. It has to be accessible from an ADA standpoint. We heard from one of our TSAC members, that's our Transit Services Advisory Committee, who was blind, and talked about things that we need to consider for a concourse option. It could be louder than the two-level option because you're in a more contained space and you use the sound to help him move and navigate through the world. And so those are great comments that we received, and we have all that public summary we can certainly share. And so that was documented. From a resiliency standpoint, because I think that's what you're asking about, from a climate resiliency standpoint, we did not specifically look at, super cold, frigid temperatures that we had during the Christmas time as it would relate to, as a differentiator between, say, the two-level terrace and the concourse option. I do think that in a more cold environment, more climate-controlled space would be more important. So in the concourse option, we would have more of that. It would be, I would argue it could be warmer than, say, just naturally, than a two-level terrace option, which would be mostly open. But many of the things that we would have to look at for any of the technologies for electrification, autonomous, and just to clarify, when I mentioned the autonomous conversation, that was not on street. What we're seeing in the transit industry, there's opportunities to manage that within yard and non-passenger areas where you're just accessing like a bus bay or within a garage space. That's what I was talking about. But just something to evaluate, something to consider. If it's a technology that's not ready, then that's not what would be right for us. But it's something that we felt should be considered as we go through this early part of design.
So again, for me, it would have been helpful in this presentation, even that comment that came from a member of the committee, that those comments would have been helpful versus just seeing shaded in circles that just go along with what was already presented. Taking the time on the front end to do that research of the what if in this concourse model, what if there was a battery electrical fire? Because unfortunately, that is also something that is happening repeatedly on vehicles. What is the worst-case scenario if that were to happen in either scenario? And if what I'm understanding for this conversation, the recommendation is for the concourse. We're not even having a conversation around the two-level terrace, of which this is the first time that I'm even seeing that that you came back with two really potential good options. So we're looking at this concourse option and going to potentially just ram forward with it or speed forward with it without stepping back long enough to just ask some simple questions. Have you all at least done a study to think about the impact of what if in the concourse model, if one bus were to have an electrical fire, what potentially could happen in this enclosed space?
So that is conversations that we'll have to have as we move forward with any design, with any project. So that hasn't happened at this point. But as we move through a threat level assessment of looking at how you would move any disabled vehicle out of the site, that would have to be, part of the design. Could you get something down to remove the vehicle? What are the safety considerations for, battery electric does bring a new element into a confined space like that. So that has to be a part of the design process going forward.
So a threat level assessment wouldn't be discussed or even considered until you get approval to move forward for a design?
Well, approval of a design allows us to move forward with the process. And I think that it's hard to advance to the design and move forward with the environmental process until we have a design that we're moving forward with.
So for clarification, so that I understand this, if someone in the community asks me, while you're looking at two proposals that you have brought before council, two-level terrace concourse, with information all really pushing towards one model, the concourse, we don't think that it is beneficial on the front end to just do a what-ifs threat analysis, just to have an overview in order to be able to have that information so that when someone does ask that question, you can say, yes, we actually did look at other communities around the nation that are utilizing this model to find out, okay, tell me what's the worst case scenario of what has happened in your area.
So this analysis looked at what is differentiating between the two designs, and that's what we focused on. And so anything that would be similar from a safety and security standpoint that we mentioned earlier, we didn't see that as a differentiator between the two designs. So any design that moves forward, you would have to do the analysis that you were speaking of. We'd have to continue to refine and update the design. We're early in this process, and so all of that will come through as we continue to advance the design.
Okay, so for full transparency, if we're early in this process, I would prefer more information on the two-level terrace versus this idea of the concourse, because just looking at just a few other communities, they have had a lot of challenges regarding safety of the individual, safety of the passengers, and safety of the community. We're already seeing an increase of crime and other things that are happening in around this area. This concourse model is a model that gives me a lot of concern. At the end of the day, it takes 6 votes. I would love to get a lot more information on this two-level terrace, which seems like that will be something that's much more viable for our community, the way that we're growing, so that we don't do what we have done previously, and that's make a large investment just because, well, this is the direction and the path that we started down, and not being nimble enough to make the adjustments on the front end. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mentioned in the Transportation Committee meeting earlier that there are other cities that have a designated area for ride sharing, such as, Uber or Lyft, and it's very efficient when you're uptown, and also in my opinion, it's safer than letting passengers off, on the street. So I'd want to make sure that was included in the design, or just for you all to at least research that information?
Certainly, I mean, as we move through design, managing the curb space and the access points, that's when we can really narrow down where those kind of drop-offs and integration can be between, be it an on-demand service like Uber or Lyft, but think about the other sharing economy mobility options like scooter and bike shares as well. But once the design is moving forward, those are things that we can look at.
Okay, excuse me, thank you. And then I wanted to ask, as far as the time frame and then the problems to solve, what about the tenants who are currently in the CTC? I know just a couple months ago, we signed a 5-year lease. So I wanted to know how we're moving forward with that. Are we not signing any more leases for the current CTC? Will those tenants get first right of refusal for the temporary facility and also the new facility? So how are we managing that lease portion?
Well, I think it may be too early to talk about some of the tenants for the future of development because there's still a lot of discussions for that to come. But from the context of the tenants within the current facility, there's an understanding, as I understand it, that they are aware of this development as it moves forward, and that if we do move forward with this, then there would be, the leases can be terminated as I understand it.
So there's language in the lease that addresses that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I wanted to, before we move forward with the master development agreement, and Tracy, you might be able to answer this. There was some, I think, concern about an appearance of impropriety or some relationship with the current developer and the future developer. I know you can speak on that. I wanted to know how we addressed that with White Plain Management and there being some relationship with the current owner of the proposed site.
Just point of order. We've talked about a lot of stuff that doesn't seem to be concourse or not concourse related. Am I off here, Mayor?
Mayor, it's master development agreement. It says process for council approval. Surely you're not going to allow a council member to censor my questions.
No, I don't care. I'm just like trying to
Well,
save
good.
us
I'm
all a
glad
couple
you know.
hours.
That's a
So can
future
you-
topic.
We're going to get to that.
So,
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, I just mentioned this to the manager because I have heard Mike Collins ask Ed Driggs that question. I've heard him ask me that question. We have sent him reports showing it on an organizational chart that separates it all, and we've done all of that. But it
So,
continues to
that's
be
good. No,
a
well,
point of contention.
it's not
So
a
that's
point of-
why
it's
I'm
not-
saying, that's
but-
why I think your question is valid. if
Thank
will
you.
let
I
me finish
appreciate
it.
that. Thank you.
But I think that Tracy has an opportunity to address it, so I would go ahead and ask
thank you.
Ms. Dotson to
And because
address it.
it's a public concern, what I was going to ask is how we've addressed it, how we're documenting that it's not,
So-
if it's not unethical, we'd want to see that demonstrated before council would be comfortable, or all of council would be comfortable with moving forward.
So we're happy to continue to explain it, as the mayor said, and clarifying it. And it was not the concern, the question, the confusion that came up was not about the developer. It was about the various engineers that were working on the project or who was looking at the financial components of the project. So let me step back, just make sure everybody's clear. The development team is White Point Partners and Dart Interest. They have a team of architects and designers. We have a team of financial consultants as well as engineers, and we work together as a team because this is all one building. It has to be integrated. So we work with them and their architects, and then we cross-check with our engineers and our financial analysts to make sure that everything is on the up and up and that the deal that we are looking at or designs that we are looking at are in the best interest of the city and the public infrastructure that we're trying to achieve.
Okay. I think we've tried to reiterate that in various ways, and it's somehow, it's gotten in the public domain, I think, in a lot of ways, so.
Perhaps it was because it was could it be because it was an unsolicited proposal with
No.
an RFP be more transparent to those concerned?
No, that, it really wasn't, it wasn't about that. I mean, honestly, I think the structures where we are today is no different than if we had an RFP. If I look at this versus other projects that we have, when you select a developer and you begin working with a developer, especially with something that is vertically integrated and this complicated, it's not our part and your part. We have to work together to design a structure and a development that is efficient and works for both sides, the public infrastructure side as well as the private infrastructure side. So it's really coming together as a design team. But the important part to note is that we are cross-checking everything that we are doing on our side, again, from a financial perspective as well as from a design perspective.
And I appreciate that from a construction perspective, but for council, and this might be a question for Patrick, is there a process that we should be considering to make sure that we can answer to our voters that, there's nothing more that we could have done to make it appear more transparent? You don't have to answer that today, but I think that that's something maybe we should think about from a council perspective, because it is an issue of concern from the public. And we just want to make sure that we've, dotted our I's and crossed our T's from an ethics perspective.
I want to be clear, Ms. Johnson is asking that as a response that she is requesting from you that would be sent to the council. So let's go ahead and get it in writing and get it sent out. All right, thank you. Mr. Mitchell?
Jacob, you did a great job at that committee meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jacob, you did a great job in our committee meeting, so thank you for the hard work. But I brought this up, and I just want to reiterate it again. Can you go back to the staff recommendation? Because I think a lot of times when we do project at this value, of this size, very seldom do the committee feel like they had input. And one bullet point I think you left off, that the staff recommendations are made based on our ridership. Our citizens really had a lot of input on what they wanted, some of the problems they wanted to address. And so I do think it'd be great to get our Transit Service Advisory Committee kind of weigh in on the option, as well as based on the feedback you got already from the public, you can say staff recommendation. We really listened to our riders, and this is what they also wanted to approve. So let me touch on, I think Councilman Mayfield brought up just a lot of issues that I think that Mr. Chairman brought up in the meeting as well. Chairman brought up about having CMPD to weigh on both options, and I do think that'd be vital information for us as we talk about security. And so with CMPD, are they more comfortable with the concourse, or are they more comfortable with the two-level Terrence? The other one, the only model I know, but Jacob, I need you to provide the data to us, is when we went, I'm dating myself, we went to Denver, Colorado, and we saw the concourse, the bays, the model we're proposing. So it would be interesting, Councilman Mayfield, when you look at the two models, what data can we show to say, is a concourse safer based on Denver, or is a two-way Terrence safer as well? So do you have data that you can pull and share with us?
So we could talk to RTD, that's the transit provider in Denver, and look at their research for that. I think that from a safety standpoint, and something we've heard from our bus operators and from customers and from safety and security, is that by and large, the people using the transit aren't necessarily causing the issues that we are experiencing at the current transit center. That we do feel by creating a more secure, limiting the amount of access points does help alleviate some of those issues, and so we can look at to the Denver example and bring some information back.
Okay. And I guess, Mayor, just one more comment, and I'm trying to be nice of what I said. So I think sometimes we miss opportunities to be totally transparent, and we do have a council meeting on January 23rd, and to me, so all our citizens will see our great work, maybe we need to have a presentation for the community on the CTC as we move forward. staff, you know I raised my hand, I'm in support of, but I don't want us to lose this opportunity that the next time they see this could be a month or so down the road. You got a meeting with MTC on January 25th, so I do think if the agenda is not already booked up, this could be an opportunity for us.
It is already on the agenda, and also from the Transit Advisory Committee, which is a very active group. I mean, they're very, very active in a way that they encompass every segment of our ridership. A
Okay.
large number of them are people that are in the towns and come into the center city to work. Others are part of places that they live in inner city and are going out to work. So I think that that would be very helpful to this. I also think it would be very helpful, Ms. Mayfield mentioned that there have been opportunities where incidents have happened, whether it's with the EVs or fires and things like that, that if we have that information, if we can see where those communities are, I think it's an important thing that we claim it and own it.
Right.
And we have that information. So we were all in Denver, and the Amtrak station was below ground.
That's right.
It was probably the most crowded place I'd ever
Exactly.
seen. You could barely walk around to get your tickets and things like that. And there's a lot of changes in the way design has been made, because that's been a
That's been what?
been a while.
Been a while.
So I would say that what I'm hearing the staff say is that we have to invest in an environmental effort. That doesn't mean we stop answering questions
That's
about
right.
anything.
That's right.
And so you can have a recommendation to proceed, to go to the MTC, get questions there, but I think that the MTC has been having this on their agenda just as often. So my suggestion would be that we have the staff recommendation, but we also have that list of questions to clarify what people need to respond to. And if those questions come back with the ideas that we need to do something deeper, then we do something deeper. But I think having the information, it's always better to have the data in front of us and not do things that stop our processes to get things going, because this will be on the January 25th MTC
Okay.
agenda.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam.
So,
Thank you, Jake.
Mr. Graham, and then Mr. Bakari.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I have Mayor Pro Tem next, then Mr. Graham, and Mr. Bakari. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be short, and again, I think kind of echo what I said for the last item. It is time to move this forward. We've been talking about this for a long time, and we've had a lot of opportunities to ask a lot of questions and get a ton of public feedback. I think we have a unanimous committee recommendation to move forward with the concourse option, and you can add my name to moving forward with the concourse option as well. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo those sentiments as well, and I just encourage the council to trust the process, trust the committee. This was not a rubber stamp. There's been a lot of formal and informal conversations from the chairman and members of the committee in reference to bringing this recommendation forward. That's how the committee structure works. The committee kind of makes a formal or informal recommendation to the council. And there's been a lot of staff and committee work done to answer some of these questions. This question of safety, CMPD has indicated that they can make any building safe, right? And so they didn't choose a preference. Their job is to make the facility safe no matter which option that we choose. The ride share and all those type of other questions will be answered in design, as I understand it. And we talked about that earlier, formally and informally. So all those things that we're talking about, as the mayor indicated, that I think we need to move it forward and allow some of these, what I call parking lot issues, to be answered offline by council members who have additional questions, all right? But trust me, there's been a lot of homework that's been done to ratify the staff recommendation, other than saying that we just rubber stamp what they gave us. There's been a lot of work that's been done in the hallways and meetings and informal conversations to get us to this point, and I think the mayor needs some action by the end of the month.
I would like to also ask the staff, we've gotten what federal funding for this project so far?
So we have $15 million raised grant.
And in order to complete the project, we have to be able to go through the environmental process, no matter what the design is. So we have to figure out some way to make a decision. And again, I would say the committee's recommendation, if approved by this council, and then I think Malcolm said it very well, Councilmember Graham said it very well, there's a parking lot that every issue that's been raised, from pipes, weather, EVs, auto modeling, ride sharing, all of those can be issues that come back as information. So with that, I think Mr. Bakari, and followed by Ms. Ashmira.
Yeah, the first comment, I think I would dovetail onto Councilman Graham there, which is, we've got to figure out how to scope these conversations in and take some of this stuff offline and take some of the other stuff and just don't ask it at all. I mean, just to show an example with a 6-second Google, statistics found that for every 100,000 EVs, there are about 25 fires each year. That compares to 1,530 car fires for the same number of gas-powered vehicles annually. So if you're worried about EV fires, rest assured, it's a whole lot less than the gas-powered fires that all are there. So a quick Google search would have saved us another 15, 20 minutes out of that topic. I think my point is, and I'll say this with an asterisk, Tracy Dotson, I think your team and everyone has done a great job with the cards you've been dealt in positioning this. I think this probably is the best option of the one you guys are presenting. But I still hold firm. I don't think this should be a transit center. I think the hub and spoke model of the 20th century is antiquated, and especially a model that brings the hub into the center of our most dense urban workforce environment, where most of the people are connecting to try to get other places that take 90 to 120 minutes to get to. I think there's many other solutions in the 21st century we should be moving towards, but I understand that CATS under previous leadership did not take any action on understanding that. I know that brings challenges as it relates to the types of funding that are available to do this. So I just think this is a huge miss. We get these opportunities once in a generation, if that, to change something this foundational about our transportation model, and to stick with what is essentially a smaller hub and spoke model because certain analysis wasn't done or because it brought some budgetary funding issues to the table, I think is a miss. But I definitely don't want to take away from Ms. Dotson and the team's efforts to bring forth, an option that is the best among what's there.
Okay, usually I try to wrap this up in a way that makes sense of it. So let me now recognize Ms. Ashmira and then Mr. Driggs.
Mr. Driggs, do you want to respond to Mr. Bakari's comments? I wasn't sure if your hand was raised to respond specifically to his comment. No. Well, I appreciate the presentation. I just feel like a transportation committee, every topic is so loaded that, it requires a lot of digging for the council members that are not part of the committee. And I feel like I'm always playing catch up with all the presentations. So certainly this is one of them that I'd like to go back and probably review once again. I just had an opportunity to review, glanced at some of the discussion, but not everything. But I know that committee reviewed concourse and other options, underground option. I was wondering I recall several months ago when we discussed this topic, there were several concerns that my colleagues have raised, especially around not at this site, to Mr. Bakari's point. And I think Ms. Mayfield had also raised looking at other sites outside of Uptown and not not sticking with hub and spoke model, was that something committee reviewed in depth, or that wasn't part of the charge?
So my recollection is that we had established that there was a great deal of traffic to and from uptown, and that was a basis on which a concentration of buses arriving uptown should be expected. We are going towards a more decentralized hub structure to try to reflect a new approach. The difficulty I have with this is we could go on forever, right? And we have been talking for a long time. There is no end to the things we need to think about. We're not closing doors with this vote, but what we are saying is that we will move on this below-grade solution, which allows other processes to move forward, like applications for federal money and so on. So we are experiencing some waiting or delays as a result of not doing this. And I think it's been out there for us to talk about and think about for a long time. I will admit personally, I'm kind of partial to the concourse solution because I'm excited by the thought of the activation. I see a mall type, an open space area with shops and things in there next to the arena, and that vision appealed to me the first time I heard about this. I think it is fair to say that the staff was partial to the concourse from the outset. It struck me that they were. But we have made them defend that. We have made them justify to us why that is actually, for our purposes, the best answer. So I'm hopeful that we can allow a bunch of things to proceed that need to proceed and can't happen without this decision being made. And that's why it's coming up that way tonight.
And I appreciate that, because I know when we started this conversation, I think Mr. Driggs wasn't on board and had some concerns. I'm very certain that you probably did ask questions and ask staff to justify why they were recommending concourse option. At times, I do hear concerns that Ms. Mayfield raised that it may look like we're being steered in one direction. And I think that's where the committee discussion comes in, where a lot of committee work is done, and that's. And you only see that when you are actually going back and looking at some of the recordings that I have done, not all of them, but some of them. So I trust the work that you are all doing and asking difficult questions. And I'll be reaching out to you, Mr. Driggs, as I go through that and if I have additional questions. But certainly this is another loaded topic the Transportation Committee have worked on. So certainly a lot of work has been done. Thank you.
All right, so I think everyone has had an opportunity to speak, and what I would like to propose is that we have a list of questions that have been raised. The idea of looking at other sites, the idea of addressing pipes, weather, EVs, even though Mr. Bakari did a Google search of it.
I think we can mark that one complete.
We can, and modeling and our ride sharing and getting, I think that if we could put that on a list that's separate and still move forward so that we can have something before the MTC to support. So with that, I'm going to ask you if you're willing to have the parking lot issues addressed, as well as move forward with the recommendation of both the staff and the committee. Please raise your hand. Okay. Anyone opposed to that? 1, 2. So we'll move forward. There will be a parking lot that we will be doing. Oh, Miss Watlington, did you?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm just a little confused. Go ahead.
Okay. Then we will move forward
What
with
did we
this.
just vote on? We voted on being in support of that, what was just presented to us, right, in general?
Yes.
Yes, okay, I'm a no.
Okay, right. I understood. That's what I thought. Okay, we're done on this one. We've got.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
And someone said that was future. Did we vote on that? Are they moving forward or are we waiting on Patrick?
Mr. Driggs will be
Mayor,
able to address that
I'll
question.
state again, to be absolutely clear, what we're talking about tonight and the thing on which we just voted was that the only option we will consider as we pursue the CTC further would be the concourse option. All other questions are not yet answered. We are not limiting ourselves as to the further deliberation about the terms of the P3 and the other dimensions. It's just we can't keep talking about this thing with two possible bus transit terminals, both in the discussion at the same time.
Okay. Got it? All right. Thank you, Mr. Driggs. It was an important meeting you had, and I really appreciate
Big
all
one
of the
today.
work that the
Yeah.
committee did
Another
as
thing that
well.
won't come back up again. That's amazing.
Yeah, isn't it good?
It's great. Let's go.
There's another one.
It's a new year, new day, new time, new accomplishments. All right, now let's go to our Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. Ms. Ajmera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I recognize our committee members, Mr. Mitchell, our Vice Chair, Ms. Mayfield, Ms. Anderson, and Mr. Bukhari. So we had 3 items on our agenda. First item was our federal and state legislative agenda item, and that is something critical to the work that we are all doing, especially on the transportation side. Mr. Fenton had presented the proposed 2023 federal and state legislative agenda. Do you all have a copy of this legislative agenda PowerPoint deck? Great.
Bless you.
So this includes our federal and state legislative agenda, and this addresses important city strategic priorities on safety, sustainability, and our mobility. You will see in our agenda, federal legislative agenda, we got Destination Charlotte, 2030 Transit Plan, Immigration, Sustainability. And on our state legislative agenda item, you'll see mobility, state transportation funds, and Safe Charlotte. As you review this legislative agenda deck, feel free to reach out to Mr. Fenton or any committee member. Any committee members, if you have any questions on a specific agenda item, or if you'd like to see anything else added or changed, I do, as you go through this, I just want to highlight one federal legislative agenda item, which is immigration. Our Senator Tom Tillis has been a fierce advocate for immigration, specifically 3 items that are included in our immigration report. So I just want to highlight the work that he has been able to advocate for and really help us push this forward. There will be continued discussion on this, but I just wanted to highlight that as he has been working in bipartisan fashion. Also, the committee is targeting the dates in February for our state delegation briefing. So I hope some of you would sign up for our state delegation briefing. And then in March, we will be going to Washington, D.C. for our congressional delegation. And at that time, we will be going over our federal legislative agenda item. So our committee today unanimously adopted both federal and state legislative agenda for consideration by full council. So before I go into the engagement strategy and how we plan to engage with both federal and state delegation, I just want to open up floor for any questions, concerns that you have, or you'd like to see anything being added to our legislative agenda. Mr. Driggs? Oh, go ahead. His hand was
He's bigger. I defer to him.
Stop, I recognize myself. And then Ms. Watlington. So I did notice in our state legislative agenda, there is no housing item on there. And that is something that we have had on our legislative agenda for some time. And I'm wondering why, well, why, but more so I would suggest that we continue to have something on there. We talked about it as something in our, housing and neighborhood I'm sorry, I can't even remember the name of the full, because it got changed. It used to be our housing committee, and we were talking about some of the NEST recommendations, and the use of the homestead tax, for instance, came up. I would suggest to all council members, over last month, the mayor sent us all an email about some reports that were funded by the Republican National Convention Host Committee, and they came back. It was regarding the future of local options taxes in North Carolina, and a more in-depth report on the future of North Carolina revenue, state and local options for the next few decades. I suggest we all take a look at this because the issue of taxes and how they play on the state and local level, and how we need to fund things that we need to do. I think this provides a lot of context, and not necessarily suggestions, but things that could be done in relation to some of the things that are on our legislative agenda, specifically transportation, mobility, and to this point, housing. I think the homestead tax is a place where there are intersections in the community amongst bodies that don't often intersect. For instance, REBIC and the Housing Justice Coalition. Things that we're trying, the idea of affordable housing affordability, not just being a Charlotte issue, but being a regional and state issue as well. I think there may be some type of capacity for us to look at that. So if it's not specifically the homestead tax exemptions, expanding that, I think we need to have some type of a housing item that we carry up to Raleigh, especially this being the long session. We won't be able to introduce anything necessarily in the short session. So now is the time. I would not want to adopt the state legislative agenda without seeing that myself. That's my point. With that said, I will recognize Ms. Watlington and turn it back over to Mayor Lyles after that. Ms. Watlington.
Hello. Well, you spoke to the discussion coming out of the Housing Committee. So there was that, and then I got something else, but I think I can wait till the second half of your update. I was saying that I was going to speak to the homestead. Mayor Pro Tem just covered that. So I have another piece as it relates to the Budget and Effectiveness Committee, but I think you had a second half of your presentation I was going to wait for.
Yeah, this is it for our federal and state legislative agenda. The remaining is just on the engagement and how do we develop a strategy, an engagement strategy to get this, things done. But this is it on the legislative agenda. So if you want to go over your request, I'll write that down.
Awesome. So I know that I have sent to you a couple of times, if you're on the committee for the budget meeting, and I know Councilmember Ajmer and we tried to get together, we'll figure it out. But one of the things that came out of a previous conversation that was lifted up to us by most recently the Bicycle Advisory Committee Chair was this notion of having a virtual option for our city board and commission meetings. And so I did meet with ACM Askew as well as Mr. Attorney. I know your name. Mr. Attorney. And you'll find in your inbox is going to be an overview of what we are able to do, and I will momentarily ask you to speak to what you found. But I do think we're in a position to have some options to allow for that for certain committees, given that that is a critical part of our citizen involvement in our government. I would like to request a referral to the Budget and Effectiveness Committee to discuss how we get that option available, again, the virtual option for select city boards and commissions. But I would ask Mr. Attorney to please speak to what he's found and what some of the other cities around North Carolina are doing as it relates to that.
Yeah, if I could speak to that, and thank you, Councilmember Watlington. We did take a look at all of your boards and commissions, and really, in terms of trying to identify risk associated with going virtual and not, we're trying to look at the lowest risk that's out there. So we identified the committees that are quasi-judicial in nature, given the fact that there's a legal right to access to these. We felt like that is probably going to be more problematic for you to go virtual without clear authority to do that. And we also looked at any board or commission that you've delegated final decision-making authority. That is, they don't have to come back to you to actually implement something. And I know the Arts and Cultural Advisory Board has some of that ability as well. So our initial recommendation is to not try to go virtual without some sort of legislative clarity from the state government, to not go with the virtual options for those boards and commissions that are quasi-judicial in nature, or have that final decision-making. And I think Arts and Culture and Civil Service Board were the ones that had final decision-making authority. And I've got a list, and I can share this with you. I provided it to Ms. Watlington to get the process started. But then there's a whole host of commissions that that aren't quasi-judicial in nature, and also don't have final decision-making. Those are the pure advisory boards. And we feel like advisory is more, since they're not actually making binding decisions for the city, nor are they dealing with individual rights that you would have in a quasi-judicial. We feel like those are the lowest risk of, similar to our recommendations for the individual committees that you all sit on. Since you're not actually making decisions, we tried to stay away from those. So I'll provide this to you if it's the will of the group, so you can see that. But we have pulled that information together.
Yep, so once again, my request is that we, I guess gauge the council's interest in referring that to the Budget and Effectiveness Committee.
Ms. Watlington, I think when we've talked about this issue, it has always been around the risk management. And I think if we have a recommendation from the city attorney, it could go to the agenda. I don't know that we have to do, but I think we just need to have something that's recommended on a risk factor, and Mr. Baker knows that. We talk to him all the time about what do you help us do. And if I recall, when we were having this discussion, even around how we would deal with it, it was a question of, because we are elected and have authority, but I mean, the Bicycle Advisory Committee is the Bicycle Advisory Committee. I don't know that we have built a bicycle advisory plan because they said they wanted one, or they probably helped, but I think the issues around things where there's quasi-judicial, those zoning matters, land use matters, but I think, Mr. Baker, if you could just prepare something so that everybody's informed about it, then we would be able to have a better sense of whether or not it needs a referral, because then I would do it by exception.
And would you like that at maybe a strategy session next month?
That would be fine.
Okay.
And to follow up on that.
All right, Ms. Ajmir.
Madam Mayor, so I know there has already been a referral to all the committees about reviewing boards and commissions. And I was wondering if that could be part of our holistic conversation, because we are reviewing some boards and commissions, consolidating it, or even trying to figure out ways and how do we make that process more effective. So that could be also part of our conversation, because I did notice once you sent that request, that was already part of our agenda. So I mean, this could be part of that discussion. If I don't know if you need another referral for that, but that's what I was thinking from the process perspective.
So I do know that the board and commissions studies that were sent out have been received, and the staff has put together a report on them already. Maybe that's the same thing, just get the report out so that everybody has a result from it. And it was basically the question that I think we were asking was, should a council member be on a board, or should a board be continued or not? And we have not gotten any responses that has said you should change this. And so, and people feel that they are participating, the engagement level is high, what their participation, they feel valued. So I would say, why don't we just get you the report out and then you can see what it says.
Yes,
And
I
then
think that would
if
be
there's any
helpful.
other, I don't know that there any other action based upon if you say that you ask people to serve and they feel valued, then they serve. Now, unless there was some inordinate amount of staff time that said, you know, it's not useful, although Mr. Driggs has helped, we still struggle with one, but, yeah, I saw him over Christmas, and it was like, oh, my gosh. But I think that, why don't we get that report to everybody, and then by exception, we can come back and make some decisions, and I think that would be better than having another opportunity to add something to your agenda.
Yes, and we'll revise our agenda. Obviously, you know, we're not married to this. If it's needed, if it's absolutely something that council feels that we need to add, we can add that. That's not a problem. But there was one item that Mr. Winston requested, homestead exemption. Depending on how council feels about it, we can certainly ask Mr. Fenton for his feedback on that, along with the lobbyist group.
Just to clarify, it was a housing item. I suggested maybe look at the homestead.
Coming from the housing committee, that I'm sure Ms. Watlington will go over.
I had two people that wanted to comment on that, so
Okay.
I want to make sure Mr. Driggs followed by Mr. Bakari. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see it, Ms. Johnson.
There was a lot of people that started putting their hand up.
I'm sorry, I didn't, the Mayor Pro Tem didn't tell me you had your hand up. Huh? Okay. All right, Mr. Driggs.
Look sharp there, Mayor Pro Tem. I just had a comment on the mobility piece of the state legislative agenda. I think the first paragraph, the first bullet there is pretty loaded. So, and Mr. Bakari, I don't know if you have an opinion, but I think going in and having this on our agenda without yet having a more kind of fleshed out proposal, it's no secret that we're talking about a 1-cent sales tax. We've done so publicly. They know about it. So I'm wondering if going in there with that right now is going to help or hurt us. I'll put it that way.
I agree. We've worked so hard to get it to a place that it's not just our agenda, but it's the agenda for the region.
Right.
And that's what I would suggest, is that we continue to focus on how we can build the regional support for it. And I would agree with Mr. Driggs that we're, even though it says we're working with regional stakeholders, it may be something that would not be as clear about, we're not asking sufficiently enough to say this is what we want. And I think that when we go, we ought to have what we want.
Yeah.
That's the thing, exactly.
So,
Because they know what we want, but we need to tell them properly before we come with
Right.
this.
Exactly.
so a lot of this depends on our engagement strategy. Actually, Ms. Mayfield and Mr. Mitchell had raised this at our committee meeting where, and I was going to go in depth about engagement strategy, because really that's where the rubber meets the road, where how do we present this and as a regional issue, and really developing communication strategies so that as a region, we are saying the same thing in terms of our request and our ask. So that would be part of the engagement strategy that we are developing right now based on the referral from you, Mayor. So if there is something specific that you'd like to see it modified on here, or provide feedback on how we could approach this from the engagement strategy perspective, I'll certainly provide that feedback to Mr. Fenton. But we realize that this is going to take our regional partners. So today we did discuss this, and we are going to actually be working with our regional partners like Central Line Regional Council, the Business Alliance, and also MTC before we implement any of this interactions in February and March. But
I just want to be, I'm going to, I really want to say, I just borrowed the Mayor Pro Tem's document. I didn't have a copy of this, so.
Which, you're talking about the
This
federal?
is the proposed 2023 legislative agendas.
Oh, you're talking about,
Where, that's what I'm asking, helping me know where I am supposed to be.
legislative agenda, federal and state legislative agenda, and second is the engagement strategy, and that was something discussed, but that's not part of the deck. That's not part of the presentation.
These are the documents.
Thank you. So we have the federal legislative agenda that was presented, and you guys have discussed while I was out of the room, or just?
Chairwoman Eshmira presented it, the topic that they sent these two out of committee. And we started the discussion while you were gone. I made a comment, Ms. Watlington made a comment, and Mr. Driggs has made a comment. Now everybody else is in line to make comments
Okay.
on their input onto the legislative agendas.
So I'm going to go ahead and I think I had Mr. Driggs, and I think both he and I would suggest that anything around mobility and transportation funds should not come specifically from a Charlotte proposed legislative agenda. So that would be my
I'm
suggestion.
interested, frankly, to hear Mr. Bakari on this
All right.
subject because of some, I mean, what do you
But
think?
I think we were just saying that, so I'm caught up now. I got the paper. All right, Mr. Bakari was
So,
next, followed by Ms. Johnson.
I've already spoken
And Mr.
to
Mitchell.
the manager about this, and what I wanted to do was, I have some concerns in how some of this is phrased. Some similar to what you've said, some different things. I think, though, we don't need a huge amount of work. We just need to tweak it because there are some things we know now that we can be a little more explicit and say. There are some things that we know a direction we're pointing in, and we need to be a bit more vague. But we don't want to either back ourselves in a corner and say, this is the only thing we're asking for, nor do we want to go too far out on a limb and say something that we know is going to be shot down or viewed as divisive. So I think over the next week or so, I could personally spend a little time on this with staff and then give a recommendation based on the feedback I've heard and some of the work we're doing that we can see, and we're not voting tonight, so that's fine. Again, this is about kind of de-risking half of it and being more specific with the other half based on things that are yet to be figured out in the coming months. So this is more the art of like not stepping on our own toes while kind of laying it out a little more specifically. So I'm happy to do that. We don't need to waste a ton of time right now. And then I don't expect there to be any controversy in that. But if there is, then before the vote, people can offer up their alternatives and put it on there.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is we would not have mobility and state transportation funds on this agenda until we have some wording that would work. And I don't know exactly how we will get there, but I think it is going to take some time.
So just to clarify, I think there seems to be confusion. So the committee never discussed 1 cent sales tax. So the mobility that you see on here is more broad discussion because we wanted regional partners, collaboration, so that we are actually, we are sharing the same talking points before developing a strategy, because this is not just our strategy, right? This is not just our plan. This is just more broad, that this is, we will develop a strategy to get to the more specific ask so that we don't miss this very important opportunity. But in our engagement strategy, that was a second topic that we discussed that you do not see on your deck, where we will be developing the framework. And that framework will require collaborating with our regional partners, especially the MTC, Central Ina Regional Council, and the Business Alliance, to come up with the engagement strategy, the communication message, and the language before we go to Raleigh in February, so that we are all on the same page. But this is just the more
So if I could go
broad.
back, I didn't personally jump to 1 cent sales tax in this. I didn't have that problem.
Right.
Where my problem was more along the lines of things like, you've got a federal level agenda that talks specifically more about only backing us in a corner around going after funds for light rail, for example, when you have just had a successful trip to DC where maybe new opportunities have been uncovered. So mine was more broadening for other topics to make sure we're not limiting ourselves. And the other thing is I wasn't able to be part of our conversation today, but we have purposely, in committee, because I was busy, we have purposely not had or allowed the intergovernmental body to take on things outside of essentially General Assembly, local, like county commission and school board and Congress in the legislative agenda. If somebody's out there on their own building an engagement strategy with all the towns, with all these bodies, like that's news to me. And I would hope that we put a little more thought into that, because that group has limited connectivity to what's actually going on in the work plan right now. So I think that's maybe like a pause button. Let's get the agenda defined, and then let's figure out beyond General Assembly and Congress who's doing what with those topics.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, do you want to?
I'm going to, the manager wants to comment on this, and I do. I think this is really important, so we'll take our time to get through it.
Right.
Where everybody will get a chance to speak, but it's an important topic for us.
So,
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, and Liz, help me out if I totally messed this up, okay? Words matter in this. So transit means something, and non-transit means something. So what Mr. Bakari asked me when he saw the federal legislative piece, it's the 2030 Transit Corridor System Plan. So I checked in with Dana to make sure that I understood what that was. And so it is more specific to bus and rail transit. And so what Mr. Bakari was saying, let's not limit ourselves to go to the federal government when we can also do things with roads and bike paths and potential greenways and sidewalks and things of that nature. And with the state mobility, so Dana, right? We're okay so far? Okay, so Dana, with the state mobility piece, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought what the concept was to keep something so loose out there
Right.
that it is regional in nature,
Right.
which gives us flexibility so it doesn't look like Charlotte's doing it alone.
Right.
So I think the words matter here so that there are more people that are saying the same thing as opposed to saying different things.
Right. Yeah. And just
Okay.
to follow up on that, Madam Mayor, if I may, to your first bullet point, when it comes to keeping it broad for the federal item, the last item you see, the sustainability and resilience, where we do have infrastructure. So, Mr. Fenton, would that cover Mr. Bukhari's point about keeping it broad enough where we are looking at bike infrastructure or other infrastructure? And on the last agenda, which is sustainability and resilience.
On the federal page?
Yeah, on slide number 5.
I don't have numbers. Oh, see, I'm looking from,
Maybe in the Senate, but not the House.
but the sustainability and resilience doesn't have
Power in the chamber.
infrastructure. Oh, here, I see it, there's an
Fleet-
infrastructure
fleet.
here, but it says fleet electrification and infrastructure, and I assume the reference was electrification
The
infrastructure.
CF sort of covers all of it, right? I mean, you know, it depends how we look at it, but really, anything that takes us away from cars, it's actually ultimately meeting our CF goals, which is going carbon-free. But I hear Mr. Bukhari's point, whether we can add it to sustainability and resilience slide, or we could just make the 2030 Transit Corridor System Plan more broad so that it includes all infrastructure. I would like to hear from Mr. Fenton as to his recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This
This has been quite a discussion, and I'd like to have the opportunity to go back and kind of take all the notes, try to put them together. And I think we've heard some really good comments tonight, really good feedback. And I'd like to have the opportunity to go back and see what we can do. We're working with the city manager and with others as well. There's nothing in here that's planned to prevent us from, say, applying for grants for roadway or bike and ped projects. That you have that in your strategic plans, and we can always use that to move forward on something like that. But still, it would be a good idea to go back and be able to take a look at this as a whole before making any comments back to the city council.
Okay, so the next speaker that I had was Ms. Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had just two other really quick points.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to ask.
Well, no, I'm dead serious. I wasn't done with my.
I'm waiting a while. You can wait.
Go ahead if you have.
I may
Yes.
very well be on board. I need to read what the mayor sent, and I'm on board to explore the housing thing with you and whoever else is interested in that in the
Point of
next week
order.
as well.
Point of order.
I didn't finish.
Point of order. Patrick, please.
I think Ms.
Call the question.
I made an assumption that Mr. Bakari was complete.
It's fine. I'm sorry. I wasn't done, but I'll talk about it offline with you. That's good.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I wanted to know if we could add to our state agenda issues on the semi-parking, the grass, and the litter on state-owned roads. I've received 10 emails this year in District 4. No, this year. Yeah. It's a well, maybe I'm exaggerating, but quite a few. But we have a huge problem in the city with semi-parking, grass, litter, especially on those state-owned roads. And District 4 has quite a bit, and District 2 as well. Mm-hmm. So I want to know if that could be referred to either intergovernmental or safe or, great neighborhoods.
I think that Mr. Graham, and I saw your emails over the last week about this. It is a difficult issue because federal law changed how people have to drive those long-haul trucks. And I don't think that they actually had any consideration for the impact that it would have on a place like our city. And I don't know that we have a way, but I think certainly we ought to explore something. I don't think it's a state issue.
Well, for us, the state-owned roads
But
and
that's
the
because
parking.
they have to park because they have to drive at a certain time and stop. They can't drive any further, and nobody gave us notice to build anything for them. So it's the driver that has to stop. And so I'm not saying, I think we ought to try whatever we can, but I think we have to start where the problem began, and that's with the drivers not having the ability to drive longer to stops that they had ordinarily used. So it's a tough problem, but I think we ought to figure out
and
something.
because some of it might be that, but some of it might be the driver is staying somewhere in my district for the weekend and parking the truck.
That's
So
true.
I would at least like to investigate at committee level or something. Also the grass, also the litter on state-owned roads. So we need some help. I have a meeting scheduled with Senator Mohammed next week. He's really gracious, but we need some help from a state level. And I'll speak up. I'll raise up District 4.
I think you're right about all of this, and I would say we refer it to housing and safe community neighborhoods for looking at the root causes and getting us options that other places have been doing.
Instead of legislative.
Well, no, I was saying she's still doing the legislature. She's going to meet with
I
Senator
mean, I can meet
Mohammed.
with, but it's a citywide issue. So, yeah, so if it can be, whatever committee you feel is the best one, but we have to address this.
I would
Our
say
residents have to know that we're addressing semi-truck parking, grass and litter issues, specifically in District 4.
Okay, Mr. Graham, is,
Thank you, and I want to take a different approach, although I agree 100% with you, and you saw my emails over the weekend. But maybe because I want to move quicker than the committee can move on this. Maybe, Mr. Manager, for my email, maybe it's just an internal, a quick look at this thing from the three departments that are directly responsible: code enforcement, CMPD, and what's the other one? CDOT, in terms of what can we do immediately to one, communicate to the public that we're aware of the issue, two, to enforce the rules and regulations that's already on the books, notwithstanding what may have come out of the federal rule change, and then three, begin to do what Mrs. Johnson has talked about, working informally, not through any legislative type of request, but just talking with our colleagues at the state level about their aid and their support. I think we can move quicker than sending it to a committee that doesn't meet until 30 days from now.
Well, and I don't know, but what jurisdiction do we have? Like on state-owned roads, I'd like clarity. I'm told we have no jurisdiction. I know that Rodney Jamison was so gracious over the weekend. As a courtesy, they picked up a mattress off a state highway. So we need some help. If we're not able to install signs on these state highways, you know, clean up the grass and the litter, then we need some assistance. Can we have a jurisdiction? Is there something to stop us from creating an ordinance, Patrick, that semis can't park within city limits? I mean, we just need help. It's a big problem. So, and we don't have the jurisdiction. So I don't think there's anything, Councilmember Graham, that the city can do if we don't have jurisdiction. Another huge issue is 311. The 311 operators are getting beat up in these emails that they're not doing something. So we need a more seamless process for our residents when they call 311, either if there's a state call center that they can seamlessly transfer, or if we can educate, but our residents are fed up. Thank you.
Before you make a comment, Mr. Manager, the state would love for us to clean it up for them. They would give us jurisdiction in a heartbeat if we would pay to go clean it up, and I think we've done that before, and we got stuck with the bill for a long time, right? And so I really believe that it's a management issue that we need to hear from the manager and his direct reports that are dealing on a daily basis with enforcing the current rules. And then we continue to work informally with our senators and our representatives in terms of pleading and asking for their support. I mean, informally, and then allow Ms. Wallington and her committee to kind of do some of the longer term type of research necessary to get permanent, or at least some type of solution. But I think it's an immediate concern, Mr. Manager, that I think sending it to a committee just basically kicks it down the road from my perspective.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So we thought that we had until the 30th of January when we would get you the annual strategy meeting. We've already pulled a team together. I got the first initial memo on December 16th. It's led by code enforcement. We also have CDOT, CMPD, planning, IT, and communications, and we're looking at 6 areas. And so I'd like to do it twofold. One is I'd like to spend a little time with Liz. I'm not going to make eye contact right now. And to see if we are ready to give you at least the white paper about what we're trying to do. But again, we looked at this as an opportunity at the annual strategy meeting to sit down and talk with you about that. The other thing, Councilmember Mitchell, a few meetings ago, you asked about having CMPD come back and talk to the council. So what we're doing is at the action briefing on the 23rd is to have a public safety discussion, which would include CMPD. So there were some questions today about, even in the budget workshops, what are some other opportunities or some things being left out? So again, as we start to think about the annual strategy meeting, one of the things is priority setting. So some of the things that you haven't talked about as a group, like what's going to happen with arts and culture, what's going to happen with some of the other priorities that you have, will be a part of that long-winded way of saying we're not sitting on the hands. We want it to be intentional with it, but we could get you something prior to the annual strategy meeting because we have been working on it.
Okay, so what I heard is Ms. Johnson and Mr. Graham have been really agonizing over this from a way of organizing it. And so you heard what the manager said, and for the session to be able to address it then when this team would be available to do that would be something that we would talk about for priorities. Am I saying that correctly, Mr. Jones? Ms. Johnson, are you okay with that? I would still meet with the senator. I would meet with your district, whatever the overlays of your districts are.
Well, my question, I guess, because streets like W.T. Harris, Mallard Creek, Prosperity Church, Sugar Creek, University City Boulevard, so on and so on and so on in District 4. So when we get a presentation at the strategy session, are you going to be able to describe what you can do on city-owned or city-maintained roads, or is there a plan to work in collaboration with the state, or?
The latter,
Okay.
to work, and I think it's not a presentation. I thought he was saying it would be a group discussion. Am I saying that? It wouldn't be, it's not going to be what we're doing now, presentation. It would be a discussion with code and police chief and people that are engaged in this work.
But if we don't have jurisdiction, will a discussion help, or do we need to work with the state for a solution?
That would be one of the things that I think would be discussed. I think you're right. We don't have jurisdiction, and I think the discussion would be, well, we don't have jurisdiction, what do we do, right?
Right. Send it
I think
to
we ought to try to get that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'll make one last comment and I'll be quiet. But it's the city residents that's throwing trash and debris on the state road, right? And so there's some local accountability with our citizens that we have to have a conversation with. And that's why my email talked about really stressing the importance of this clean city campaign and kind of enforcing the codes. And a lot of these issues are from these private companies who property managers aren't cleaning up their property, and that stuff blows in the wind and et cetera. But I think we got to get back to, and again, we're a big city, right? So we do a lot of great things. But some simple things like talking about picking up the trash on thoroughfares and highways, and going back to when Charlotte was a model clean city. I mean, we literally, our city was like, people would come here from all over the country and say, wow, I mean, this city is so, and they still do, but there are certainly, in Northeast Charlotte,
Right.
there are certainly warning signs that there's an issue. And I'll be, and I live over there too, that it's the broken glass syndrome. If we don't nip this thing in the bud now, these 18-wheelers and trash collection and working with our Clean City Committee, et cetera, we're going to have a problem later.
And how long ago was that? Because I know my predecessor used to talk about the same thing, litter in this area.
I was going to say, we need to invite Mr. Phipps to come to the session.
Yeah, so
It is one of the things.
There is I mean, maybe you all don't see it citywide, but we need some help. Okay, in District 4, okay.
Okay.
And then my next question, thank you.
Guys, let's try to get back.
My next question
Order
is, when we talk about the virtual meetings for committees, the numbers, the COVID numbers are at a moderate level. They're rising. There's some of us had COVID last week. So I want to know if Patrick, is there an entity that you can get a proactive answer for, or really seek to to get an answer. I know there's a conservative interpretation on virtual meetings, and we're hesitant to make a decision on virtual meetings. But if we have people that are serving on committees and they're asking for virtual meetings, I'm concerned, I guess, about the bureaucracy. If we can get an answer or some guidance from an entity, I don't know. I know you're the attorney, but I know there's a group of attorneys that are looking at that law. So if we can get something to be able to get a solid answer instead of dissecting which committee can meet virtually, if there's a way that we can just get some guidance on that, that would be great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Just
That's all.
send it to committee.
What'd you say? What did you say? No. I'm sorry. I didn't know what, okay. No, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Yeah. So Mayor and Council, and Dana, while you're up there, I just want to make sure, when I was having my committee discussion, I was clear on the language. So I'm back on page 9, state mobility.
Tell me again, I don't have any numbers.
State mobility slide, oh, I'm sorry, PowerPoint page number 5, slide number 9. So Councilman Driggs, I'll be the first one to share with you. That was not our train of thought when we looked at this material. It wasn't about the 1% transit sales tax. It was about a broad discussion of strategy. So we did not have a definite project in mind. And so, to me, this conversation got way to the...
I'm just concerned about what they think, right? Like, we know what we think.
Right.
I'm sort of worrying about
But I don't
what
want
it looks like to them.
I want to make sure we hear Dana's true intention. I don't think that was Dana's intention as well. I think he's very sensitive to the 1% transit tax that we've been struggling with. And so I'm sure he was not going to put us in a position that it would not be successful. So Dana, just for clarification, 2 bullet points. What was the intent that we voted on, was it enable the voters of Mecklenburg County? What was your intent on that language?
Yeah, the intent of the language is to have something that could be adopted by other jurisdictions in addition to the Charlotte City Council, and try to state generally what it is that the region would be looking for, and to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay. No, thank you, because that's what I gathered in the committee meeting, and it seemed like we came here and it went down a whole nother path. So I want to get us back on page 9, slide 9, page 5. So we're talking about relationships, and hopefully Madam Chair will get there, Mayor, when she's talking about strategy engagement. I would hope that we will use the same approach we've always used. We rely on people relationships in Raleigh from all of us. We all got unique relationships. We got friends that we can call. Councilman Graham served there for 10 years. He can pick up the phone and probably call everybody in Raleigh. Some of us around this table. So I don't want this to be a solo act. I want this to be a joint partnership with the city council with a definite intentional strategy we all agree on.
And I agree with that. I would like to say that because it is something that is countywide, it would have to not only include this council, but it would have to include the other folks that would have to go with us to get this done. In addition, the reality of our delegation versus who's in positions of power need to be really focused on. And so I think what Ms. Ajmira is saying, and I guess what I was trying to get to is Mr. Jones addressed the transit corridor system plan, having a broader definition of that under the federal, and actually identifying infrastructure as a separate category that's roads, sidewalks, bridges. The bridges are probably going to come out first. Those things, just getting our piece of the federal money on that. And then as we go to the state, to actually think through this process that would get us to this result. And it is an inclusive one. It has to be. It has to be because of just the dynamics that we all know. So I think that we can work with that in the next couple of days and try to figure it out. And that would be something that we would do, that everyone would share in the opportunity to participate. Okay?
So, Madam Mayor. So, we will amend the federal legislative agenda item to ensure that it's broad enough, that includes bridges, roadways, bike lanes, and everything. On the state legislative agenda item, I think Mr. Mitchell helped clarify that it is just broad. Really, we are working on the engagement strategy. The intent here is to develop a sustainable strategy in developing stronger and just more collaborative relationship with our regional partners and also with members of General Assembly. So Mr. Fenton and our lobbyist team is working on a communication strategy. They're developing a communication strategy, and then they are going to make sure that mobility, we discuss that as a regional issue. And then they will help us schedule visits to the General Assembly starting February. So we will have visits starting from February, March, and April, and everyone will be given some sort of talking points where we join our regional partners in that effort. Is that right, Mr. Fenton? Correct me if I'm wrong, or feel free to add if I missed anything.
That was the original intent. Of course, I think what the mayor was saying before is that maybe the region is not exactly all together on that yet. So
Right,
we may need to make some mid-course
We
corrections.
have to, yes.
And I think that's where Mr. Fenton
It says
is.
continue to work with regional stakeholders. It might not be reasonable, it might be a different word to use there, but they would be working with the General Assembly and stakeholders, I think is a better way of looking at it, because I don't know if they're all regional.
And knowing that not all our regional partners are on the same page, that's why the language you see here, it's very broad. It does not say 1 cent sales tax. It's just really broad, and hopefully that will bring people together, and then we work on the next steps from there. Certainly, there is more work needs to be done on this, so it's a work in progress. If we are done with federal and state
I think, Ms.
legislative agenda.
Watlington, was your comment about this? Ms. Watlington wishes to be recognized.
Real quick question. It's actually for Dana. It's very, very simple. Obviously, we spend a lot of time talking about you and our lobbyists engaging with the elected officials at the state level and federal level. It appears that the wording was done in such a way so that we could make sure that we are getting buy-in from our neighbors. Are we actively having those conversations before it comes to us?
Those conversations have been taking place for some time now. And we do have a point at which, where I say we, the city, has a point at which it's really a good idea to adopt legislative agendas. For example, in the state, they have their bill filing deadlines, probably sometime in March. So we've been working on this for some time now, and certainly we recognize that we could have a situation where we'll get into session and we may not have that consensus we need, so.
Yeah, that's the reason I asked, because if we're talking about changing language, and this is something that our surrounding neighbors have already signed into, I would think that has a bigger implication. But if what you're saying is that this is just something we've been working on, and we think that this is something people can buy into, but we haven't actually talked to anybody else, I would think that's an
Well,
opportunity.
those discussions have taken place with the others.
They might be conditional acceptances.
Right, and so
And
I would
so-
hate for us to change something and then not meet whatever the conditions were. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And I don't know that there's an answer for that, because it's not that clear as we're going through. It's a political process. And it's just not that simple.
Yeah.
But just to be clear, my question is, has anybody outside of the city of Charlotte put their eyes on this particular language and said, I like that?
I have not shared this with that many people.
Okay.
Because it's something for the council to consider first.
Okay.
But I can share with you on a few of these things in here. For example, on the state legislative agenda, the Safe Charlotte position, trying to get the authority for CMPD to bring in non-sworn units to investigate traffic accidents. That is something that's been worked on at the statewide level
Right.
by the Association of Chiefs of Police, for example. And it sounds to me, talking with them, that they're ready to go ask for legislation this year. Under the federal agenda, Destination CLT, that is the mainly the construction of the fourth parallel runway and the north and south end around taxiways involved with it. And those talks have been going on for several years. We've had meetings with the congressional delegation staffs, just between aviation department, myself, and our federal lobbying team to talk about this. We have they have signaled a great high-level support for the projects, and we have heard that also from our congressional delegation in
Okay.
meetings.
You're good, you're good. I just wanted to get a sense of how firm this was and who else external to us might have already commented on it.
Mr. Jones?
Maybe just to help a little bit, Councilmember Watlington and I will work with Sarah Hazel. Different jurisdictions throughout the region have approved certain language that talks about revenue sources to help with transportation and transit. While it may not be these words, it's not inconsistent that folks have gone on record saying that they need something.
That's true. Thank you. Good point.
I know, yes, informally, I have had conversations with various towns. We had a holiday event that Business Alliance had hosted, and Mr. Driggs had introduced me to mayors of towns, especially northern towns, and I'd asked about our legislative agenda, and they have, to Mr. Jones' point, they have something similar, but not exactly the same. And I think that's what Mr. Fenton is trying to work through based on council's approval and blessings, that he can move forward and proceed with some of those conversations and have some sort of consistency in our language as we go up to Raleigh. Also, Mr. Fenton had, in my conversation with him, had also emphasized that we had to stay focused here, and we had to prioritize things that we can accomplish. For an example, there was a request from Chief Jennings about, I'm sorry.
It's the issue Chief Jennings brought up with the council last summer about people charged with certain very serious crimes can be released on bond by just seeing a magistrate, and he would like to see them go before judges.
Right, and we did discuss that. However, we did not add it to our agenda because Chief is still working through association and other municipalities to build consensus before we add it to our agenda, so that our efforts do not fail. So I think it's a very dedicated balance, a delicate balance that we are trying to make here, where we are really prioritizing some items and staying focused and realistically just focusing on things that we can accomplish, while on other items we can informally work through our delegation. For an example, state maintained roads or other items, because those are equally important, but we can still achieve results without having it added to our legislative agenda. Is that a good way to summarize our conversation?
I think that's a pretty good summarization, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so that's all we have. Ms. Mayfield, Mr. Mitchell, if you want to add anything on our legislative agenda. Okay, that's thanks. Okay, all right. Well, the second item we had on our...
But wait,
small one.
Dana's like, not for me. All right, let's go
About to
with
get
the
a lot worse, too,
consideration.
watch.
This is the consideration of changes to form of government. Let's go.
Well,
Here we go, Miss.
I think if this wasn't
Ashmira.
enough, it's going to even get more interesting.
Okay.
So for our second topic was changes to the form of government. Mr. Baker gave us an overview and just recapped what the Citizen Advisory Committee's recommendation was from last year or the year before. And our committee unanimously approved 3 items that I'd go over. And all of these 3 items will be subject to the referendum. So first is moving to 4-year terms. Second is staggered terms. And third is adding an 8th district while keeping 4 at-large seats. Keep in mind, none of this require legislative approval, but this will require a referendum if there is 5,000 signatures. But there was consensus among committee members that we will get this right from the get-go, where we will put it on the referendum. So that was something that was approved by the council, and if there is consensus among the full council, we can take the next step, which is to bring the resolution of intent at our upcoming council meeting, because we do have a stringent timeline with an election coming up, filing in July. So I'd like to hear from the council as to what their thoughts are. And the last item we discussed under the form of government was the structure. So full-time versus part-time. Mr. Mitchell and I had specifically requested data as to what cities of our size that have similar form of government, council manager form of government, what is their structure? Is it part-time, full-time? Obviously, we have been operating under this part-time structure for decades, and Charlotte is a different city than it was 20, 30 years ago, right? We are 14th largest city, so much growth has happened. So do we seriously need to consider from the policy perspective going towards full-time or not? So that's something committee will be discussing at our next meeting, but that's a pending item for now. Committee is not ready to move that forward, but the other 3 items that I did mention was unanimously adopted by the committee.
All right, Ms. Watlington, followed by Mr. Graham, and then followed by Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. My main question was around the timeline. I did see the PowerPoint, but I wasn't exactly clear how to interpret that. Is the idea that whatever the proposal is, the referendum happens in November, so the election for this next cycle would remain unchanged? And so it really wouldn't be until 2025 until a change would be seen? Okay, good.
Right, and there is a timeline, a slide that Mr. Baker can pass out, but you will see the timeline where we are targeting November's timeline. Yeah, November's election timeline.
All right. I have Mr. Graham, Mr. Driggs, Ms. Mayfield, and Ms. Johnson.
So this is directly to the question that Councilmember Watlington just asked, as far as the committee.
Okay.
So we backed it in. So council must vote within 60 days of the public hearing. What we're looking at is the council adopts the resolution of intent, sets the date for the public hearing. Public hearing must be held at least 10 days after published notice and within 45 days of the resolution. Council must vote within 60 days of the public hearing, meaning no later than August 28th of this year, in order for the necessary time that's needed to get it on November's ballot.
Okay. All right. Ms. Watlington, is that your question? Anything else? All right. Mr. Graham.
Thank you. And I really hadn't been following this at all. So a lot of this is new information for me. Ms. Watlington asked the first question in terms of when would this take place, and It should take place in 2025, which means we have to make a decision this year, which is, from my perspective, may be problematic, right? But we'll see. But secondly, the issue of a referendum. Listen, we've been down this road before, right? And I think sometimes council just needs to make a decision and let the chips fall where they may. And if there's someone wants to challenge that decision, allow them to do so. That's how the process works. I remember there were some people around this dais that made a decision about building an arena when the public said no, but we did it because it was in the best interest of the public, even if it cost some members their seats. I think we all can say that that arena uptown has proven to be an appropriate vote, notwithstanding the voice of the public that's saying, no, we shouldn't do this. So I think the issue of how our city should be governed is a legitimate one that we should address. I think the decisions about part-time versus full-time is a legitimate issue to address based on where we are. Staff support, council support from staff, I think can certainly have a conversation about that. I think our staff that works with us do a tremendous job, but I certainly can use more help in terms of speech writing and other than just scheduling, right? Just research. There's a lot more things that I could, attending meetings for me and the public, right? I mean, there's meetings I should go to. There should be meetings a staffer can go on my behalf, community meetings, et cetera. I think all those are legitimate conversations. But I get back to the point of council making a decision, and I think if we're going to do this and if we're serious about changing the form of government, I think we ought to make a decision and tell the community what we're going to do and why we did it, and then let the chips fall where they may. Because if we send it to the public, people want. I think we ought to make a decision and guide the public in terms of where we're going and allow the process to take off from there.
Okay, Mr. Driggs?
So did I hear correctly that you were saying we should add a district and maintain 4 at large? Was that the recommendation of the Citizens Committee? I thought they were talking about going to 3.
That's right. So the Citizens Committee's recommendation was to remove 1 at large and add an 8th district. However, after reviewing Citizens Advisory Committee's recommendation, this committee, because it's a new committee, because their recommendation was made last year or the year before, but this committee reviewed Citizens Advisory Committee recommendation and said, no, we would like to keep 4 at large and add an 8th district because that doesn't require legislative approval. So that was the committee's recommendation, which is different than the
I just wanted to
Citizens.
clarify because it wasn't clear that
That's
that
right.
didn't follow the Citizens Committee recommendation.
right.
Okay?
That's right.
And also, I think having an even number of seats invites a whole lot of tie-breaking votes, potentially, right?
Oh, no, we're
So-
going to give the mayor a vote.
That's right.
Will you be the mayor then?
Well, who knows?
Several people around this dais would like to know. Not me.
Oh, my, no, go ahead, Mr. Driggs, sorry.
That's all right. Second, where did this full-time thing come from? I don't remember a referral or
I can tell
anything
you it
like
comes from
that.
the
I'm hearing
hours
it for the
spent on
first
this
time.
job, being here 12 hours today,
So we were discussing the form of government, and Ms. Mayfield raised a very important point. As if you're discussing form of government and changes to form of government, should we discuss part-time versus full-time? Because that's not something we have ever discussed in the past, because this is sort of part-time has been going on for decades, right? And certainly, a lot has changed in our city.
So, Ms. Ajmer, I
Yeah.
heard you before. I understand that. I'm just saying as a procedural point, I think somebody should have offered that to the full council, and it should have had a proper referral to committee before the group took upon itself to introduce that as an item. So it's a procedural question.
So our job was to, our committee's charge was to look at form of government that so this falls under the form of government. To Mr. Graham's point, to Ms. Mayfield's point, we gotta look at form of government in a holistic fashion and not just one item here, second item here, third item here. Then, because I feel like this is deja vu all over again. I mean, we discussed this in like, what, a year ago or 2 ago, and there was no decision made, and here it got kicked back to the committee again.
Correct, sorry to interrupt, because I understand that, but the outstanding items, the pending items from the prior activity of the committee did not include full-time. So you had a couple of inherited topics that didn't get resolved when I chaired the committee. They didn't include the full-time. That's a big deal, and so I think we ought to be careful to bring that up for council consideration through the proper process. And normally, those ideas don't originate in committees.
Yeah, I think this was part of the normal process because the form of government was something that was assigned to the committee, and it was a broad charge. It wasn't specific to just one or two items. And that's where committee felt that it was important to really bring holistic recommendations back to the full council so that we don't get this item kicked back to the committee a month or 2 months down the road.
Okay. So I don't support that for what it's worth. Mr. Graham, on the subject of the referendum, I think the county conducted a referendum on 4-year terms not that long ago, which lost by a wide margin. And therefore, I think there is a presumption, or at least there is a concern, that the public is not necessarily on board. And therefore, I would expect with a high level of confidence that you're going to get the 5,000 signatures and that the public might feel that for us to try to proceed without that referendum would be regarded as aggressive on our part.
I disagree, and I think that
I'm just.
Ms. Mayfield? Ms. Mayfield?
I was getting clarification from our attorney because this was not the first time that 4-year terms was discussed when this committee discussed it. So I was having a conversation with our attorney because as is noted in our committee discussion, it was not the first time when this committee had discussion regarding 4-year terms. So I was clarifying that with the city
There were some
attorney.
legacy items that the committee inherited, including 4-year terms. The full-time one was not among them. That's what I said.
All right.
To be
Can we hear
Ms.
from our attorney?
Well, did you ask him to address us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Mayfield has asked Mr. Baker.
To be clear, what I understood was the legacy, and what I've been hearing is that 4-year terms have always been part of the discussion.
Right.
It's not a new discussion. This has been always
Right.
a part of the discussion. The staggered term, we really said it in one word, 4-year staggered, but that's always been part of the discussion as well. And also, whether or not you were going to add an 8th district has always been a part of the discussion. What is new, from my understanding, has been this idea of full-time, part-time,
Exactly.
which, as I said today, was really more of a compensation issue. And as my understanding is that Mr. Bergman's going to be bringing some information to you to discuss that. But that's my
Okay, good. Still
recollection as to how this has all been going.
So that's what I wanted, thank you, Attorney Baker, because that's what I wanted clarification on, so that this conversation didn't take a left. The conversation that we had regarding compensation, that's where the conversation of full-time, part-time came in. That is strictly a budget piece. For the recommendation that came from this committee for the A, B, and C,
Yeah.
it wasn't the budget conversation of compensation. That is a conversation for the full council for us to have, for us to discuss. But from committee, based on, unfortunately, it being kicked down the road for years. It is not just the last few years. Hell, we had this conversation when I first got on council going back to 2013. So from this committee, what we are submitting to the full council that was just noted by our chair were the 3 items. The full-time, part-time piece, that is a budget conversation. That wasn't part of one of the 3 items. That is a conversation for us to have, that we're gonna have as a council, because it is a compensation question. Compensation, if you're full-time, if you're part-time, here is what our comparables, here are the other 8 large cities that are also council manager form of government. Staff is working on bringing that back. So for what we have submitted to full council to have the discussion about, and what I shared with my colleagues and with all of you as far as backdating the timeline, although I personally think it's a conversation of political will versus political ability, city council has the ability to make the decision. I have been saying that since in my first term. We have the ability, but I've also heard over the years, multiple times, many council members from the dais and from in front of any camera have this long debate of why it needs to go to a referendum. I say we have the ability to vote, yea or nay on it. If we vote in support of 4-year staggered terms, legislatively, we have the ability to do it. If 5,000 registered, verified voters were to challenge that, if we do it early enough, there's still time to put it on the referendum. But council has the ability to make that decision. As was mentioned, we are a city that has grown tremendously. This is not, and the decision that this council needs to make is setting up an opportunity for a future council. Some of us may be here, some of us may not, but the current council has to be the one to make the decision for future councils so that people will at least have an opportunity to get in, learn the job, be of service, actually do some good before they're having to start campaigning again in less than 18 months. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I echo Ms. Mayfield's comments and Mr. Graham's comments. This is something that I agree, that I believe, and I've said it from day one, one, this is not a part-time job, and I would argue, I know Mr. Baker doesn't like to get into middle conversations specifically for this. Compensation, i.e. full-time or part-time, was part of the Citizens Committee's recommendations, and it actually has been taken up by this council and decided on. I don't think it was sufficient. As I will say, as a single father of 3 children who has to work 4 jobs, at least 4 jobs, to represent the people, where I have to make decisions, whether to do the work for the people or put food on my family's table, that this job, has changed, as has been said. The reality of this, when this government was chartered in 1929, and the legacy about 100 years since then, this was made for, this job was intended to be for old, retired, well-off business people, selected through the slates of the Historical Chamber of Commerce here in Charlotte. That is not the case anymore. And for people like me, you look around this table, around this council, you have single mothers, you have young parents. It's a joke. Yeah. It's a joke, the way this is set up. And I know this council member is willing to stand behind and have this conversation about why I voted this way. And when it comes down to this isn't just a Charlotte issue, right? This is an issue of our democracy. This is a city issue. This is a state issue. This is a national issue. And it is an issue of utmost importance. If we want to have a functioning democracy where representatives that look like, act like, and are like the people of the constituency, if you want the people of a municipality, a county, a state, a nation to be able to select those leaders, not versus those that can afford to be in positions like these, we have to have this conversation. This is something that when the mayor put together the committee a couple years ago, I hope that we set this up finally, as it was said. You know, Ms. Mayfield said it's been since 2013 for her. It was very apparent when I ran in 2017. You know, I often tell people, you know, I did not necessarily know if I wanted to run because my life wasn't set up for this. And I think a lot of you have seen that that has played out in the public, But because you're called to serve, right? You make sacrifices. But your sacrifice shouldn't be the well-being of yourself and the well-being of your family. And that's really what we're talking about here. We're not talking about political talking points. This is not an issue of partisanship. This is a serious conversation that we have to have as a nation around how our democracy functions. And I think we all know that it is not functioning in its optimal pace, and this is needs to be part of the conversation. The General Assembly makes $13,000 a year. I could not run for the General Assembly because I could not afford to serve on that. Not because I wouldn't be useful, not because that's not my proper place, but I could run for this office because I can make it work. That shouldn't be a choice. That is not a function in democracy, and we should really lead this conversation and not be followers here. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I could say a lot there, but the one thing I'll say about the pay raises and full-time stuff is, one, you guys already did that. Like, we already had that debate. I was adamantly against it, and that's done. Now this is somehow back again, and whether it's a budgetary item or a fake definition of what constitutes full-time, I mean, I vehemently disagree. And I think that when people, just because this job is not for everybody at every point in their life. There are times when it doesn't make sense. However, that doesn't mean that because people are in different levels of financial viability to be here, that limits their own diversity of experience. Their own, like that is a totally different and I think a relevant point to make, because people come from all different backgrounds and they bring those backgrounds with them. And through those journeys, they've learned things that they can apply here. So just saying if we don't have people that can't make $100,000 a year to do this means we don't have a full diverse view and representation of the body, I think doesn't hold water to me. But putting all that aside, we've already had this debate and we did it. So I don't know why we're continuing to waste time on that. The 4-year terms and staggered, that came from the body. I will tell you, I am highly concerned with the desire of folks stated out loud around here to say, we won't bring this to a referendum. It doesn't look good. It's a self-serving decision, of which that is a great check and balance to put on it if you want to do it, which I'm opposed to. But I'll tell you, I said I would be open to debating and negotiating 4-year terms with everyone early on if that came part and parcel with us going to Raleigh and asking for term limits, so that other people had opportunities to serve on this body. So if that isn't the case, which it doesn't seem to be, and people here end up voting for 4-year terms and not going to a referendum, I will personally ensure 5,000 votes are garnered so that goes to a referendum. Because that's I think inappropriate. If we want to have a real debate on term limits and going to Raleigh and asking for that, I'm on board. And perhaps that could be a great negotiation that we could strike. But I just want you guys to know this will go to a referendum, one way or another. I will personally guarantee it. And on the districts and the seats, what was referred to council committee was an 8th district and minus an at-large rep. So this procedurally cannot make it to council to vote on something that then the committee said they wanted, which was to keep the at-large reps and then add another one. One, aside from it being an even number, which is a bad practice itself, the bottom line, and I've heard the debate and I just don't buy it, sorry, we don't need 4 at-large reps to hypothesize about the city strategically. We need more people, like, we all manage 125,000 constituents in each district, right? And at the end of the day, I like 1 at-large person that's the mayor pro tem and all the rest districts. And the reason that the working group recommended 8 districts and 3 at-large people wasn't just for that increase in representation. It was also to better align the city with the actual demographics of Republicans, Democrats, and unaffiliated. Because right now it's gerrymandered where there's only 2 seats that can possibly hang on here. So that was to put 8 down 1 at large to better represent the 20% Republicans and 40% unaffiliated that could go either way, which right now the seats don't do. So if this is going another route, that's fine, but you guys need to get that referred by another external committee, referred to our committee and bring that forward. Because right now, what came through that path was 8 district seats and 3 at-large seats. And if somebody wants to do something that's different, that's great, but that was not what was recommended externally. That was not what was referred to the committee to vote on. So if anything makes it to the agenda, it needs to be that or nothing from that perspective.
If you have not spoken, if you wish to speak, I have 2 people that have spoken that have asked to speak again. I also want to be conscious of the time. So if you've not spoken, I think that we should hear from those that have not spoken first. Is there, on this topic, on this issue? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. I've said before that a big city with small town charm is quaint, but a big city with small town policies is inefficient. And I've said that before, and I think that 2-year terms and part-time in this structure could be far more improved. So I would support changing to the 4-year terms and also full-time. And if it had to go to referendum, that would be fine. I think our voters are informed enough that they understand the pressure and the how much work that we do. I mean, I've spoken to voters that would support that. My bigger question is, I thought last term we talked about this and we wanted to have a decision prior to the change in council to avoid this kind of discussion. Councilmember Watlington, do you recall that with us having a discussion that we wanted to resolve something before council changed? Absolutely. Yeah. And so if we can get the minutes from that, I don't know, this was up for a vote. We talked about it. I don't know how it went back to committee to kind of start over, or I don't know what part started over. So if we can get the minutes, but we talked about this as a council, and I remember Councilmember Watlington being sort of adamant, if I recall correctly, that we wanted to resolve this with the last council because this was foreseeable for this to be kicked down the road more. So I just think that it's, and I totally agree and applaud, first of all, I applaud the committee for taking this bold step on, but for Mayor Pro Tem, you're absolutely right. There is a privilege and a superior structure that prohibits just anyone serving or diverse population serving. Most people, and I remember Councilmember Watlington saying this, 99% of us have to work. So, not everyone can afford to make $13,000 or $22,000 a year, or have a business that where they, can get these large contracts and everything. So, but most people are working class. So I would applaud us moving forward and being able to move forward and having 4-year terms and full-time. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hearing the discussion, I think there's some confusion about the how committees function. And I've always thought that committee accepts recommendation, accepts input, but then it's the committee that does the work and brings back a recommendation. And so do we want to micromanage the committees we have? Or are we going to appreciate them sitting down, taking the time, and accepting input? But who's closer to how to run the government than we are, that folks had elected? And so, Mayor, I just want to make sure 2023, that we are clear on our committee roles and our committee responsibility. And I think the advisory group you created did a great job. Ms. Peacock, I think she was the chair. She came and made a presentation to us. We heard it loud and clear. There was some merit. But at the end of the day, we were the committee. And when the recommendation came to us, we discussed it. And now we're making another recommendation to the city council. It's out of committee. And so whether you vote yes or no, that's your prerogative. But for us to now saying that when you're in the committee, every little thing that comes up, you got to go back, ask the mayor to send a referral, come back to the committee. I just think we're being disrespectful to the structure of the committees, and we ought to make sure the committee can do the work they're charged to do and continue to receive input. I'm a big champion of the CBA Advisory Committee and all the committees we have. I don't want to send them a message, but surely they don't think their recommendations rubber stamp for the committee they provide input for. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Is there anyone else that would, Ms. Molina? Ms. Ashmere, followed by Ms. Ashmira.
Well, Mayor,
I beg your pardon? I know, but the cue is the system is that people have not spoken, get to speak.
Ms. Admira certainly spoke.
Ms. Ashmira, have you spoken?
I don't have to speak. If that saves us another round, I don't have to speak.
Okay, so Ms. Molina, I'm sorry, I did not see that Ms. Ashmira spoke on this topic. She introduced it as a committee person, but I don't think that she took a position besides being the chair. So I was just giving her
Okay,
that
thank you.
allowance as hearing the conversation. All right? Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I've spoken all night, actually, at all, not once.
Is that a lucky thing, or?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And mostly because I'm learning. So I take that position seriously, you know, the observation piece of being a new member. And that's not an excuse. It's just to make sure that my input has the right ingredients before I give what would be my, you know, opinion on what we're discussing. And I've heard so much about, you know, around the room about this particular item. The only thing that I would add that I hadn't heard is the turnout for our particular, you know, voting. For our off-year elections, the turnout is dismal. We do a lot of work, we meet a lot of people, and as, you know, someone who is newly elected to council, running in an off year when people are exhausted, they don't, you know, they're not paying attention, they're tuned out, and we make some of the most important decisions that affect them directly, and they're not participating in that particular vote. So I would wonder, would we take this opportunity to look at when we vote for the council as well, as we have this conversation, and make sure that we can get as many of our community members to participate as we possibly can. As the divorced single mother sitting here in this room, and I'm highly educated and extremely adept at many things, and I am making a sacrifice to sit here. So I can completely, to some degree, align with some of the comments that are being made around the room, and I feel it financially. So I have had some decisions that I'm making personally to be able to serve, you know, my community and make it better. And so I'm definitely open to learning more about the discussion from my colleagues who've been here. As somebody who was a member of the community watching the last council that inevitably served for 3 years, we almost made it to where we were talking about a beyond 2-year term with the previous council. I actually, from the outside looking in, thought ideally that the best council to have had that conversation would have been the last council that sat, because it actually was the only council that I am aware of that has gone beyond just 2 years of service. And so now we're in this unique place where we have 1 year of service, 1.5 years of service. So we have even less than the normal term, and we're going to have an even more unique conversation to extend, an existing term. So I'd like to know more, but that's what I would add to the conversation that I hadn't heard added by my colleagues around the room.
Second that.
Ms. Ajmira, to the debate or comment.
Okay, well, thank you. I did provide committee's report, but not my position on that. I agree 100% with committee's recommendations. I know Mr. Bukhari could not attend today's meeting, but he did attend the meeting previously, and some of these items that committee discussed were part of that discussion, and at that point, Mr. Bukhari, you did not bring up some of the concerns around why
Been
committee,
100% consistent on this.
why the committee should be discussing this, or why we should not discuss this. I just feel that it's disingenuous to shut down the committee's recommendations, and I agree with some of the points that were made by Mr. Mitchell, especially when you don't agree with what the committee's recommendations are. So I would respectfully ask that that you honor the committee's work that's been done, even if you disagree, and also I don't appreciate being interrupted while I'm talking, Mr. Drakes. Thank you.
Mayor?
Everyone has had a chance to speak. Before we go to the second round, it might be good to have a motion to speak to. So, do we have a motion?
Well, we have a motion, recommendation
Right.
the committee, which is 3 items. I'll go over those again.
This is going to be voted on tonight.
Well, let's,
That was unanimously approved by the committee. First is going to 4-year terms, second is staggered terms, and third is adding an 8th district while keeping 4 at-large seats. And none of this require legislative approval.
Point of order, Mr. Attorney, is there any level of coherentness as to why this would be voted on tonight, the first time the majority of people are
So it's
hearing
my
it?
understanding that the purpose of these report outs are to report out what the committee is recommending. I wasn't aware that you were voting on this because some of you are hearing this for the very first time.
We will put
in
on a
terms
future
of-
agenda.
Right.
well, we can put it on a future agenda, but I
Right.
need some kind of motion to speak to what we're trying to do. So is
Well,
Ms.
this is no
Ajmira
different
has
than-
made has read the recommendations from the committee, and that would have to go on a future agenda.
Yes, and
Okay,
this is no
it's-
different than what we took an action on earlier with our Silver Line realignment.
Yeah.
Right.
Make a suggestion.
All right. I had Ms. Watlington first, and I would like to, since we have a motion, to move this topic to a future agenda item. All right. Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple of things, and I will have to ask for that motion because I want to make sure that we're separating what's voted, what the intent is. I know there were some things that you all had come to a decision on and others that created additional conversation. So just one more time for the record.
So committee unanimously approved 3 items to change our form of government. One is 4-year term, second is staggered term, and third is adding an 8th district while keeping 4 at-large seats.
Okay, and that, at this point, what you're asking us to do tonight is,
To move forward with the next step. The next step involves council to vote on a resolution of intent at an upcoming council meeting.
okay, as far as the staggered piece, with that, ahead of that vote, will be provided all of the details regarding staggered, who's when and what?
So in terms of the timeline and how that's all going to work, Mr. Baker can provide all that. Mr. Baker did a full-fledged presentation along with Ms. James, so they can certainly give more details on that. I just didn't want to take another hour
No,
just
no, I
going
got you.
over all the details.
I just want to make sure that there's one thing to be supportive in principle, but then
It requires.
there's another to be supportive in principle, there's another to make sure that we're all clear about what the details are. So I just want to make sure there'll be an
Yeah,
opportunity
that
to
will
do
be
that.
part of the next step,
Okay,
once the council gives blessings on this.
okay. So thank you for that clarification. I did want to speak to this full-time piece. I think as I'm listening around the dais, we certainly have people from.
Pizza?
As I listen to the conversation around the dais, I can appreciate that we have folks from all different walks of life around the table, and I think it's good that we have this conversation. I think ultimately, each person makes an individual choice to serve, and the decisions that we make around this dais have to be in the best interest of the city, and that may be in the best interest of the individual, and it may not be. And so I think that as we think about our positions, not only do we consider ourselves, we've also got to consider what the outcome is going to be for the community. And I think that if we stay there, regardless of our individual situations, we can come to a place where we can decide what's best for the city. When I think about people making sacrifices, absolutely, we're all making sacrifices. Some folks are sacrificing in some ways, and some folks are sacrificing another. I myself, I have a full-time job. I'm in school full-time pursuing a PhD. I'm a district rep. I sit in zoning meetings. I meet with developers. I meet with constituents. I go to neighborhood meetings. I chair a committee. I'm making sacrifices to show up because I want to serve. And I think that it behooves the city to have a setup in such that working professionals, because to your point, Councilmember Johnson, I've said before, most people have to work. And if they have to feed their families, that should not cut them out of being a voice around this dais. We are a growing city. We are a $3 billion enterprise. I would submit that there are hundreds of billion-dollar enterprises that function exactly the way we function. We have professional management. We have a chief executive officer. We have a chief operations officer and our city manager. We have part-time boards. That is not unusual. And when we talk about full-time, that absolutely is a salary conversation. It's also an operations conversation. When and how often do we meet? What are the responsibilities? So when we talk about who can do this work, we've got to also have the conversation about what is a competitive salary to pay people to come here full-time, especially if you're bringing skills that are competitive in the market. And if we're going to spend that kind of money, I'd rather spend it on professional staff than on our board members, because they're the ones who are doing the work day in and day out. They're the ones who bring a particular skill set. Everybody's input is important, and we can offer that at varying levels, whether we're volunteers in the community, whether we're residents, whether we're voters, whether we sit on this board. But when it comes to the execution of the work of this city, I would rather invest my money in somebody who is doing this as a professional. And so that is the stance that I take when it comes to full-time versus part-time. And as we think about going forward, I absolutely expect, regardless of whether we choose to move forward with a referendum or we choose to make a decision ourselves, we will see this on the ballot. We will absolutely see this on the ballot. I myself, as a citizen, will make my position known at that ballot box. In the meantime, I do support, in general, the recommendations that have been made for the first three items. Thank you.
Okay. We've had a wealth of discussion around this topic, and I think that what we really are looking at is kind of like it takes 6 people to put something on an agenda, and that's probably what we need to figure out. Do we have that? But I want to make two comments, and this might be something that Mr. Graham or Mr. Driggs can help me with. As we're going through this and getting ready for the implementation, as Ms. Watlington talked about, how do you define full-time? I don't know that I've ever seen a government define full-time with that's standard for every elected official. What does that mean? So I think that there has to be some substantive definition around it. I mean, a salary amount does not make you full-time. It just, you have to figure that out. The other question I have is, if I recall, not perhaps recently, but there was a discussion around how some of the communities became under the spotlight for changes in the council that hadn't been publicly discussed, hearings, and voted on. And with that, it was, there were some actions taken that actually limited what the group could do, because there were people that went, and just like I said, all of us know that we are a blue city in a red state, and when that happened, then the legislature stepped in. So as we are thinking about this, when you talk about an engagement strategy, that is going to be absolutely key if you're going to move forward in that way, because we are not the final authority on how we're structured. And so I think it's time to make a decision about this, but I would say let's be prudent and know the consequences of the decisions that we're making, and be very clear as we propose this, or as is proposed to go to a public hearing, that addresses the concerns that people would say in a referendum, and that some of those that you've heard around this body tonight, around the dais tonight. If this is a go, everybody is going to have to put their shoulder down and make it happen. And that's only with having clear definition and clear communication around it. So I can't remember what community that was. I don't know if it was, but it was one that was sizable, and it made a difference. So with that.
Mayor, could I just ask for a clarification? Did the committee action include or not include any reference to the referendum? I mean, Mr. Graham made the point, but it wasn't clear for me the way you said it, whether you intended for it. Because I will remind you, the committee that I chaired actually did take to the full council a recommendation to proceed on 4-year terms. That's already been done. It was a prior committee, but it already happened. But the question, when we did it, we said with a referendum. So did your committee?
Yes, so the committee did discuss that, and this was unanimously approved, where it would be subject to the voter referendum.
It would be.
All 3 items.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so if you would agree to put this on a future agenda, please raise your hand.
On future agenda.
A future agenda, as Ms.
To vote on it.
Ajmira, it's,
And 4 at-large council.
That's right.
with a referendum.
A, B, and C.
Yes.
Yes.
Not D.
Just, there only.
Okay,
There
now,
was no
I don't
D.
think that, let's take a moment and let Patrick state what he heard as the motion.
What I
There's
thought
no
we
D.
did this morning, or this afternoon,
and C.
was the committee was referring 4-year staggered terms, that's 1 and 2, and adding an 8th district, but not taking away an at-large. So there'll be 12 council members as opposed to the 11 that you have now. And it would be subject to a voter referendum. That is, and I want to be clear that everyone understands, when you say subject to, that the council is going to direct, this is the recommendation from the committee, that the council is going to recommend a voter referendum on all of these items.
All right.
That's what the committee unanimously supported.
And
All right.
I'm sorry.
And we have the motion. All in favor of moving this to the, a future agenda, please raise your hands. Okay. All right, so that, the number 6 counts, and now we'll move on to the next item on our agenda.
Do we get to oppose it?
Oh, yes, you do get to
Thank you.
oppose it. Thank
Any
you.
opposed?
In opposition, please raise your hand.
I didn't think we could shoot ourselves in the foot any harder than we just did with all these other topics we've got.
All right, let's go to the next topic, which is jobs and economic development. And I may, oh, you have, All right, so one more, which is the budget development calendar, which we do need to adopt as a council, and we can put that on a future agenda. Brian, who's reporting it?
Yes, our budget director, I'll just keep that very brief. Mr. Bergman gave an overview of our budget workshop topics. So the first item on our agenda, first item on our budget workshop would be capital investment program topics, and that would be on February 9th, so mark your calendars. And that would include capital affordability update, city facility capital investment plan, existing capital project updates, and then bond strategy and priorities discussion.
Okay. So we'll put that on the next agenda for approval?
It's just the workshop.
They've already been placed on the agenda?
Yeah,
The calendar? Okay, got it, thank you. Okay,
yeah.
anything else on this item?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And then there were, in March, March budget workshops topic would be employees and key revenue update and economic forecast. And then on our last budget workshop will be in April. That would include enterprise fund, revaluation process, and financial partners. The committee did make a few changes. One, we added corridors of opportunity to our first workshop, which is the capital investment program. And then committee also added discussing MSD as part of our financial partners as our last budget workshop. That was Mr. Mitchell's recommendation. And Ms. Mayfield wanted us to look at compensation holistically. That includes staff and the council and the mayor. And those were the only changes. And then revaluation process would be aligned with Mr. Joyner's timeline, so that would be in April versus being in March. But those were the only changes that were made by the committee. The rest, we didn't make any other changes to the staff's recommendation. And with that, Mr. Bergman, did I miss anything? Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Yep.
so those dates are on the council's calendar, and
Yes.
the topics you've heard what they are. Okay, so now we're ready to move to the Jobs and Economic Development section of the agenda. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Jobs and Economic Development Committee met today. The members are Vice Chair Driggs, Ashmira, Molina, and Wallington. We had 2 items on our agenda. Both of those items has come before the council before, so there's no surprise here in reference to what we're discussing. One is the Arts and Culture plan, as well as the disparity study draft recommendations. I'll start first with the disparity study draft recommendations. We received a report from Steve Croker, our program director, in reference to the draft recommendations received from the CBI staff and the CBI Advisory Committee. As many of you know, the council received the disparity study last quarter, which we approved. The staff said that they would come back to us with a series of recommendations based on information that was embedded in the report. Today, what we heard was staff recommendations, as I said earlier, both short and long-term. Some of those recommendations were to establish evaluation criteria for the MWE participation on service contracts, strengthening the project monitoring for MWE goals and compliance. Those were short-term goals. Long-term goals were to explore measures to expand goal setting beyond construction and to facilitate more MWB firms obtaining contracts by breaking down scopes of work during construction design phase. Again, those are just 4 examples, 2 short terms, 2 long terms, recommendations among many that were made by staff earlier today as relates to the disparity study and staff evaluation of those recommendations that they felt we needed to move forward with regarding the report. Staff also outlined a timeline for work to be done for the first quarter, January through March, which is to seek guidance from the Jobs and Economic Development Committee on further recommendations, the complete revisions to the CBI policy, to craft communication and marketing plan concerning implementation, among others. They also outlined recommendations for the second quarter of 2023 in terms of things that we'd like to see get done. I would be remiss to say that the committee was very impressed with the work of staff and the program director. They have committed to do a lot of work in a short period of time in reference to getting a lot done by the end of this fiscal year, which many of you know is June 30th of this year. They are short-staffed. They have 4 vacancies that they're trying to fill. So again, the work that Steve and his staff, those that report directly to him, as well as his external staff, including members of the Attorney's Office, have been doing a great job in terms of getting council ready for these revisions. As you know, the disparity study is the legal basis for the council to have goals that are narrowly tailored to include minority participation. It's, in short, our driver's license to have a program based on race in a narrowly tailored way. And I think, again, staff did a tremendous job in terms of outlining various recommendations and action items. I am almost certain that you will receive a copy of the presentation that was given to our committee for your review, and you will be able to identify and see all the recommendations and action items that staff has put forward. Secondly, I would be remiss to not acknowledge the president of Mayor Pro Tem Winston, as well as Councilmember Mayfield, who both attended our meetings and provided input on the direction of the CBI policy. I want to thank them for their support. The second item on the agenda was the Arts and Culture Plan. Basically, as you may have known, myself, Councilmember Driggs and Mayor Pro Tem interviewed a number of council members, not a number, all council members over the month of December 2022 in reference to establishing a framework that we all can agree upon as relates to the upcoming Arts and Culture Plan. I want to thank Councilmember Driggs and Councilmember Winston for the work they have done on the plan. Councilmember Driggs has taken the lead in terms of being the liaison for this 3-member committee, and I turn this portion over to the report to the Vice Chairman to report out in terms of things that we have done in reference to the outcomes of those meetings we have with council members, and where do we go from here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure everybody will be grateful if I'm brief. We got today a slideshow presentation and an update on the State of Arts and Culture report that was sent out to all of us, and I'm sure that everybody read over the holidays. And they are now at a stage where they are proceeding to develop, on the basis of this State of Culture report, the actual Arts and Culture Plan. And it is therefore the time for us to provide to them any input that we may want to provide to them about that plan. So today, I circulated to everybody, if you look in your inbox, a memo that talks about what has happened so far and puts out there for discussion an idea of what a council action might include, what our policy statement might be about the arts. It has just been circulated for everybody to look at. The idea is, I think, that we will follow up at the next committee meeting to discuss it further and to try to get council to a point where we can send a succinct statement to the people writing the report about what it is that we require. And I think I'll leave it at that. If you just look, please, at the memo and respond to the chair, to myself, or to Mr. Winston with your input, like things you'd like to see in there, things you think aren't right that might be in there, but we need to try to converge to a council action. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Driggs. And so that kind of concludes. Also, the staff gave us an outline, and we heard from the consulting firm that is working with staff. They provided us a timeline for receiving the final report, and so staff is working extremely hard to work with the consulting firm to hear our comments that we emailed today for us to ratify those comments at our committee meeting in February, and then working with the consulting group to use that as a framework as they prepare their final report for the committee. Mr. Winston, I think you want to chime in right here.
Thank you. And yes, just to kind of piggyback on what Mr. Graham and specifically what Mr. Driggs said. Mr. Driggs' memo today is really kind of intended to frame the kind of feedback that we all got, the three of us got in having the small group conversations with you and working with staff, Ms. Sircar and Ms. Martin. So, what we found in having those conversations is that there is a lot of alignment. I'll be frank, there's at least six of us that agree to a lot about what the future of arts funding should be. But there are a few contention points. And I wouldn't say contention points. It's just places where there lacks clarity. There are cohorts of council members that are in different places. Again, going back to this memo that Mr. Driggs put together, I think he framed it really well. And if you look at the draft statement of a council position, again, this is a draft statement. This is not a recommendation, but this represents what we, an example of what we can and should put together for guidance to staff. And I would say, and this is what I talked to Mr. Driggs about and the committee this morning, if you look at that last page, that draft statement of the council position, everything above the last two paragraphs, there's alignment there. But those bottom two paragraphs, I think, are really where we need to hone in on. And I framed it the way I see what we need to determine. One, in this way, I'll just read it. This is an email I sent to the group of staff and council members, Mr. Graham, Mr. Driggs, Ms. Sircar, and Ms. Martin. What is the grant funding structure that we as a council would like to pursue? I think there are three options here. Do we bring grant funding operations into a city function, like our community block grant program? Or do we seek relationships with multiple outside grant-making organizations? Or do we deal with one individual outside grant-making organization like we have traditionally done with the Arts and Science Council? One of my suggestions is that staff could, we could, as council members, talk to staff over this next month to kind of, see what those options would look like. But in the end, we have to make a decision and give them guidance on which direction we need to go. And in the last paragraph, Mr. Driggs kind of gets to this kind of parallel approach that we've been talking about. And the way I termed it is that there's a need for the council to identify funding priorities and to align them with the private sector via public-private partnership. But as the cultural arts plan continues to be developed, the council needs to define what we are willing to subsidize, what we would like to accelerate, what do we want to incubate, and how do we measure those successes. This is actually a framework that Mr. Bakari brought forward in some of our individual conversations. But we have talked about this as a group. Again, this is what came out in those small group conversations, but there still was not a distinct kind of guidance on some of those things. I have followed up Mr. Driggs' email with the notes that we took from full council, from those individual conversations, so you guys will have all of the notes of what your colleagues are thinking. And I would, again, suggest using the entire context that Mr. Driggs has presented here, along with those notes. We will, I guess, need to kind of reach back out to figure out how to best facilitate getting staff that clear guidance on those 2 points.
Thank you, Councilmember Winston. So we encourage you to read the email that was sent out earlier today. The next steps that the staff is working on as relates to the plan is now that they're currently the draft is currently being refined with steering group feedback. That's happening right now. In mid-January, those revisions goes to the steering group for review and approval. And in February, there'll be a public sharing of the State of Culture Report findings, and we'll transition the strategy development by steering group to task force. So a lot of work is being done, and so your input and your cooperation in terms of being timely and responding would be most helpful. Lastly, the committee presented the Corridors of Opportunity Year in Review annual report. It's at your dais this, I guess it's evening now, right? It's evening for your review. I'm really happy and pleased with the work that we're doing in our Corridors of Opportunity, and I think the year in review reflects the work that's being done throughout the city of Charlotte. And that concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any comments and questions, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Graham, for the report. Mr. Driggs did an excellent job with the memorandum. I did have an opportunity to review that. I just added one item, which was to include equity as we look at established nonprofits making decisions on grant making. I just think it's important that we also look at equity in that process to ensure that organizations that may not fall under that established criteria and individual artists are also getting an opportunity, grant opportunity in our city. But other than that, I think it covers everything, especially the sustainable funding piece, which is very key. And I think that's what has gotten us to this point. So I think that is a major point that's being addressed in the memorandum. So I appreciate the work, Mr. Driggs, you have done, and Mr. Winston and Mr. Graham to get us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ajmir.
I've looked at this, and I've been listening to most of the committee meetings today, and people had topics like this, but you also explored what are the intended consequences and what are the unintended consequences, or however, I can't remember, Mr. Graham talked about his specific way he assesses material, and I look at this list, and especially around the role of funding, like, I know it's like one organization, but it's really the city that has an accountability for it. So how does it work? What does it mean to have multiples versus one? You know, what are the consequences of doing this? How much more work are we adding to a process that I was hoping that we were actually slimming down, and that we were actually trying to get to a place that the community understood it and worked on it to address the principles of what do we want to accomplish, and it was going to be kind of a policy document. But I just look at the list and I think, you know, it's like a lot of detail in it, and I wonder if this is something that, I'm looking at the list of what council comments are, and the topic goal, the categories are great, but when you talk about, you know, purpose of city-owned facilities, things like that, it's fine. Go ahead. I'm getting tired.
No, I
so.
agree, I hear you. And that's why I would say most of the draft statement, there was agreement there. There was at least 6. And so we have here, the future of the funding plan will ensure that adequate operating funds are provided to the programs based on city-owned facilities. That's kind of how we compartmentalize some of those various.
I don't see that for most of this. I see it as some parts that are a little bit easier. Like, you know, we have to support the city facilities because we owe the building. We owe the debt on the buildings. So that's like, you know, like not even a, well, maybe for me, it's just if you're paying the rent, you got to keep it up. So, but some of the others, I think, it just needs a little bit of fleshing out of what the consequences are. Are there unintended consequences around the private sector? They're important in our ecosystem, yes. And how, what, how, when, those kinds of things, so.
I think
I'm not,
the two questions that council needs to answer, what is the type of grant funding relationship we want to get into? And then what is our parallel kind of investment? And what are those things that we want, those topics that we want to incubate? What are those topics that we want to invest in? Those are the two kind of action areas that council is not clear on, right?
and I think, though, that you've gotten a lot of comments, and somebody has to synthesize those comments under these categories, but at the same time, you also have to know that there are interrelationships. If the council's willing to subsidize something and the public and public partnerships aren't, how do you do this? So it's just something to think about. It's just, there we go. I think that's it on jobs and economic development. So is there anything else that anyone else wants to comment on the jobs, the corridors, or the disparity study draft?
I'll make a last comment.
Okay.
Because I think we're saying similar things, and this is why Mr. Driggs and Mr. Graham and I were chosen to work on this. We agree, again, the public-private partnerships, the way we've traditionally been looking at it, is through those kind of grants, those grant-making funding mechanisms that we rely on. We have all agreed that that needs to change and be adjusted, but we want to work through those through that paradigm. That's why we have to identify what is our grant-making relationship moving forward. The council has also said that we are interested in doing in investing and supporting the public arts and culture in different ways, through things like that might be seen as more traditional economic development, perhaps looking at things like affordable housing, affordable workspaces, workforce development, investing in industries to bring here. Those are the things that operate outside of the traditional kind of grant-making approaches that we've had with the public-private partnership. But we need to define that in a tighter fashion. And throughout that conversation, there's a framework that has been presented, but council has not said we want to adopt a framework like that. And that is something that we need to adopt to give staff that type of clear guidance.
Madam Mayor, just real quick, I can't believe we're still at this point with this, because we should have been done with it weeks and weeks ago. It's two things. One is, what is the framework, the policy strategic framework? And I think you're saying this, Mr. Winston, the problem is we just need to do it. That this council not is going to micromanage you, who then micromanages Priya, who does all these things. What do we value at different levels that we're going to judge you on every budget cycle or every other budget cycle? For some reason, I mean, I've had this discussion multiple times now with multiple people, and yet people are still putting random ideas on notepads and handing them in. I don't know why this is happening. So that's one. We need to do that body of work. Number two is, if we are asking the question, who's going to be a grant-making partner or this or that, we might as well go back and just give the ASC the keys to the car and let them keep going down that dead end they were headed on, because we'll do no better. We will literally do no better. This was meant to be a streamlining and us being arm's length and that thing being a better version of what the future needed. And I fail to comprehend how every time we come around here, it seems like a whole bunch of work has been done and none of it was on the correct things, so.
All right, I think we're good.
Okay, I think we're good. All right, our next report is housing, safety, and community. I don't think this is what the name of the group, but anyway. Ms. Watlington. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pass. No, I'm just kidding.
No, please don't. It's not right. That is just wrong to say that, lay that out there, and I'm like, Okay, all right, Ms. Watlington.
All right, 30 seconds or less. Today, we talked about our anti-displacement overall strategy and what that needs to look like, and what some of the tools are that we are focused on in that regard. One of the particular tools that we were highlighted, or that was highlighted for us today, was the NEST Committee's first update of the year. They came in and made a proposal in regards to tax assistance, where we were able to give feedback about the potential reboot, if you will, of the previous AG in Place program. The overall conversation essentially ended up landing where council wasn't necessarily ready to take action today. We were encouraged by the original presentation that took a more holistic view, and we'd like to see how we can leverage that overall visibility to make individual decisions about policy. We know that we've got certain dollars from ARPA that are kind of set aside that's a little bit unusual in terms of what we usually can deal with. And so we've got a little flexibility to do some things one-off, but as we move forward, we also want to consider what is the opportunity cost as we start to look into true OpEx dollars going forward, because that means that there is likely something else that we are not able to do. So what we did get a few comments back from the committee that, or I'll say a few themes back, and we certainly want to expand the age limits beyond just the 65 plus that we see. To be very clear, our tax abatement programs right now, we don't have any actually at the city. They are facilitated by the county that come through the state, which is what led to our previous legislative agenda request to ask for an expansion of the homestead exemption, because what we're finding ourselves faced with now is trying to supplement what's available. And if we can get support at the state level to expand that program, that may enable us to focus on other tools, namely things like creating more homeowners when people are in their prime working years, for instance. We did get a review of some of the updated tools in our toolkit, some of our down payment assistance type programs. The dollars have been increased, and like I said, we want to expand eligibility of our programs beyond the current age requirements and beyond the current income requirements. So we'll be looking forward to the response from staff and the NEST committee in regards to some of the committee's desires to see a broader plan and something that can target people at different levels of or in different stages of their journey, because ultimately we want to increase the ability of our neighborhoods to thrive. And so part of that is home ownership, absolutely, that creates some stability in our neighborhoods. And so we'll be looking for that. One thing that I did want to lift up, and then certainly I'll open it up to our committee members to add anything that needs to be. We are the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee, and I know that we have not brought a safety item yet, so I just am tagging this on right now because I know that we discussed it last month, and it was the medics and our infrastructure there, and how do we make sure that we are staffed up to be responsive with our 911. And there was a question that I asked in regards to what needs to be true for us to be able to enable more remote participation. I later found out that we do certify our call takers and our telecommunicators under a statewide certification. And so that brings up a potential opportunity then to leverage call takers and telecommunicators in other parts of the state to help us in our peak times. But obviously that requires the technology infrastructure. And so anyway, I just wanted to lift that up to the group that I did go make that request afterwards. And so I will be looking forward to seeing that in an update. And I would love to have that on a future agenda for the city. I know Councilmember Jamira had asked for a follow-up update when we were having this conversation as a full council in December. So wanted to put that out there, but I also want to open it up to the other committee members to add anything I may have missed.
Comments, suggestions? Okay. I did want to, and I think we were talking about this in the elevator. I sit on the one of the Federal Home Loan Bank committees on affordable housing, and they are operating a trial air properties discussion first in terms of examining what are the rules and what prevents people from inheriting their property, but also they have a target program where I believe we can apply for a grant that provides some funding. So I think a lot of times we look at HUD, but there are a lot of other places around that are trying to address this issue of housing and the crises that we're in for affordable housing. And so I think I'll send you the woman that's working on the air property program out of the Atlanta Bank. Okay?
I do have one.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
And just to re-up something I mentioned in the intergovernmental report out, but one of the recommendations from the NEST committee was that the city, sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but champion expanding the home exemption, yes. And something that Mr. Bakari mentioned in that committee meeting was a desire to prioritize work that would get the most impact, and that is probably the effort that would bring the most impact to people that need it most in terms of the amount of people in our city, our county, our region, our state. So just want to raise that up.
All right. Any other comments? Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Chairman, how much money is in the homestead? How much do we appropriate each year?
At the city level, we actually don't have a program. So it's administered
Fund is
through the
coming from
county, but the state funding.
The state.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Baker, I think that we have exhausted all of our committee reports, and I know that we have a closed session. Yes? So,
Like a the motion to go into closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney and to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and city council in the matter of Daedalus LLC et al. Versus City of Charlotte.
So moved.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Okay, if we can just take, if you want to just take 2 minutes to get everybody up and out and set